Alrighty, welcome to Low Ink Day 2, kicking us off with Alpha Bracket. A very unusual Alpha Bracket we see this month. A lot of teams that usually won't make Alpha Bracket have made it. So I hope we see a good variety here. My name is JPEG. I'm joined by Yeet. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Yeet.
Hi, I'm Yeet. First time commentating Low Ink, so I'm pretty happy to be here. This is going to be a lot of fun today.
Yeah, it will. Especially with our first match already getting close to ready. We're watching Syndicate versus what I believe is schedule change in Japanese. I think that translates to something along those lines. So we're just going to call them schedule change.
Yeah, it's a lot easier than saying Japanese every time, for sure.
Yeah. But personally, I don't know too much about either of these teams, and that's kind of the fun part. You can see what these teams have up their sleeves.
Yeah. For this team schedule change, I do notice one person, Pony. Shout out to Pony in chat. One of the first people to actually watch my personal streams, so I greatly appreciate them. I think I've also seen Advocate, who's on Team Syndicate here. I've played with them a little bit in other drafts in midpoint, and they're pretty good. So I'm excited to see what these two teams gonna pull out here for our first matchup on Rainmaker and the Reef.
Yeah, despite us not knowing too much about these teams, the fact that they make Alpha Bracket with such a difficult run this month. And yeah, I'll admit it, it's tough to make Alpha this month. Both of these teams making Alpha in the first place is still super impressive. Kicking us off with the first match of the day, Rainmaker the Reef. Seeing no backliner on the side of schedule change, which is interesting.
Yeah, opting for the blob instead with Object Shredder, trying to see if they can get some really fast pops coming out here. But Syndicate does get it, and we're going to see the Capro kind of guarding the bridge, getting armor from their 96. Trying to get a pick on the other Capro here, going down to the blob though, as they try to just recontrol mid.
Let's talk about this flank right here on Syndicate's side. Seeing that Octa shot, quickly took that Rainmaker, no, he's still alive right there. Going to cause some problems here, despite the fact that schedule change had quite a lot of map control. This one Octa shot doing a lot of work.
Gets 3 down with a very impressive inkjet shot too, as schedule change is able to stop their push though at 49. Getting another one down here is this Octo shot, really putting in a lot of work here. Just trying to get out, make sure that he can stay alive for his teammates here. Does go down to the inkjet though. Or no, actually the Capro going underneath the bridge and trying to recontrol paint on their left side near the tree. Using a Booyah to try to charge some specials and maybe get a push going. Looks like they're going to go in through the left side here. With the 96 Scout putting out armor, trying to give some support to their teammates, and schedule change is able to do the same. Going down to the right though, is that Rainmaker, and getting taken down by the Capro on that car there.
Just barely getting the lead, but picking up that Rainmaker briefly, and schedule change now has that lead. But both teams around that higher 40 points area. Nothing too crucial here. It's pretty easy to get past that point, especially around halfway through the match. So I don't think any of these teams are too worried about losing or getting lead quite yet.
Yeah, very close game so far. We've seen a lot of specials come out from each side, and I think this game is just going to come down to who can get past that slick part first. Very, very close here. Got an Inkjet and Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of schedule change, able to get down that Rainmaker, and maybe we'll see if they can try to get a push off of this.
Yeah, schedule change unfortunately did use all their specials for a defensive purpose, leading them to have not really that much pushing power at the moment, but looks like they're getting just enough picks, getting that Rainmaker pop that perhaps maybe they can start something again. That Sniper's going to get rid of that blob.
Yeah.
And that Ray's going to go out. However, the Ray's not quite doing what it should. Going to get, it's going to lead Schedule Change with 31 points on the slick, which is a pretty good spot to be in, especially around this time.
Yeah. Oh, getting a little bit further up that slick there was Schedule Change is K-Pro. Able to push it all the way to 27, so maybe this will be a lot more difficult for Syndicate to try to come back here. Does get a really nice
good hit.
Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, getting bridge control is crucial on this map.
I feel like we're seeing a lot of pressure come out from the side of Schedule Change here with this blob and like all the paint that they can kind of put out with that on top of the Junior and the K-Pro and the shot. Just able to get so many picks, and we're just seeing just so much pressure come out from their side. We haven't really seen Syndicate outside of that push that they had with that nice trade there from that blob. Just really trying to push up with the Syncjet when they had 2 down, and they're going to try to add on top of their lead already.
While the Inkjet didn't quite get anyone, they did serve a pretty good distraction, allowing that Rainmaker to push back into Syndicate's base. With the blob coming back, buying them just enough time to keep up the pressure. I don't think Schedule Change is too worried about pushing more than they need to. They're just going to keep up that map control and keep up the picks just enough so Syndicate doesn't have an opportunity to push. But looks like Rainmaker back in mid, about 30 seconds left. Syndicate has an opportunity to retake that lead if they can get their specials ready and have some pretty solid coordination at this point.
Yeah. Just under 30 seconds left here. If you're Syndicate right here, you don't want to go down. You want to keep those specials up. You want to make sure that you keep that pressure. But there's only 2 left here on each side, and Syndicate's going to opt for going a little bit on the left to try to get a push, and the Rainmaker does get a nice pick on that K-Pro, but we're going to see the pressure coming out from that blob and just the kind of range that it can have when it has the height advantage just be really important. With so many bombs coming out, that Syndicate does get stopped by Schedule Change, and that's going to be game 1 going to them.
Yeah, with that blob and the constant bombs, it really provided a great defense on the side of Schedule Change. I think what Syndicate really needed to do is prioritize getting rid of that blob and allowing the Rainmaker to push up a little bit. But Schedule Change here really proving that they have a solid defense and solid pushing power here for the rest of this set. I think this bodes well for the rest of the set. Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control up next. I think we're going to see something a little different here, because Rainmaker moves as fast as you can. Tower Control requires a little more precision as it is a slower mode.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see if Schedule Change is going to opt for the blob again. Kind of with the weird kind of heights on Sturgeon. Maybe they can take the opponent's snipe if they really want to push in, or kind of have a bomb rush, or if they go for the rain blobber. I'm interested to see what they're going to go for, though, for sure. I know that Sturgeon tower control, for me at least, is kind of a snowbally tower control, because like once you get that establishment of your paint in mid, it's kind of hard for the other team to come back if you just keep up all the pressure, and you're kind of hoping that the other team just starts to kind of come in and feed a little bit, because the spawn's like a little bit away from that final checkpoint.
Yeah, I am interested to see what both these teams do. Regardless, I don't really have any predictions that would be accurate, as I don't know too much about these teams. So,
yeah, definitely did provide a very intense kind of first match, and I'm hoping that we can see a little bit more come out from Syndicate here. See if they can respond to what Schedule Change has for them.
Alright, looks like we're going in. Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard, seeing this game 2, and this is a best of 5, so I think Syndicate really wants to get these points while they can and not allow what was their name? Schedule change
Yeah.
to get a further lead here. I think a pretty similar comp on both sides regarding the sniper and the blob we saw from both teams.
Yeah, it's definitely another interesting pick, but Syndicate does go down 3 players already. Just kind of letting schedule change kind of move up here, and we're going to see if this Charger can maybe get a Stingray in time or get some kind of pick to slow down the push with a Booyah Bomb and an Ink Storm already coming out. And the Inkjet as well. You can see like that kind of pressure from the blob and the amount of ink that it can just get and just sloshing all over the place. And just you see so many people already going down on Syndicate here. It looks like schedule change already has this game in the bag, maybe, but the Stingray does come out and a little bit of hope for Syndicate, as they do get 3 down on schedule change, as the last one jumps out.
Yeah, 3 downs can be a really good stop, but Syndicate needs to get their specials and get the team coordination together. Makes a pretty substantial push, getting past these checkpoints down to 21. They want to take that lead.
Yeah. With schedule change pushing it all the way to 21, it's not going to be easy for them though. As you can see the rain and the pressure coming out from the blob that's in the snipe. And the Booyah Bomb coming out in hopes to take it down, but they did go down 2 here, and Charger has to jump out to preserve the Ray. A nice pick by the Blob Lover underneath the mid section to get down that 52 K-Pro. And I think we're going to see another push come out here from schedule change.
There's something I'm noticing here too. Schedule change really good at keeping up the mass control. As soon as Syndicate was in mid control and they started trying to push, schedule change did a really good job overwhelming them with the rain and the blob. They're really good at getting those key picks they need.
Yeah,
that's keeping them in the lead for this scenario.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb coming out does get shredded by Advocate on the Octo Shot, trying to keep their team alive here. But schedule change did go 3 down there, so maybe this can start another push here for Syndicate. Nice.
Syndicate's pushing now, but like you still see the map control kind of favoring schedule change. Although there are 2 down, I think Syndicate needs to start paying a little more than they are right now. They want to get a more confident lead.
Yeah, I think they're giving schedule change a little bit too much room to kind of move around. But again, that comes down to just the blob and the junior and the shot just painting so much. But Syndicate's doing a very nice job pushing up here. We might see a lead change coming out with 2 Booyah Bombs at the same time. Just trying to see if schedule change is going to feed into it, and they do get past that last checkpoint there.
Great trade by the Charger.
Yeah, and this might be it. And with a full wipe on schedule change, Syndicate's going to take game 2. Very, very nice job there.
Yeah, very surprising considering the early pushes earlier in that game. Syndicate wasn't looking too good, I'll be honest, but you know, in that last push that got them that KO, they really upped the paint. They really started picking the people they needed to get. They really upped their game there. They were determined to get that win.
Oh yeah. These 2 teams really putting up a good fight against each other. Maybe we can see a game 5. That'd be pretty hype.
Yeah.
But next map mode we're gonna have is Wahoo World Zones, which is one of my personal favorites.
I don't know anyone who hates Wahoo Zones. You can't hate Wahoo Zones. It's a great map.
Yeah.
It's always so chaotic, fighting around that circular zone.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably one of the best map mode combos, but again, that's kind of biased from my perspective. I've had a lot of really good games there on Wahoo Zones, and I think we're gonna see Blob Lover come out again from the side of schedule change, and we'll see if they can kind of respond to Syndicate's last push there on Surgeon Tower Control, excuse me. And
yeah,
go ahead.
I do think blob on this map is especially really strong, especially with how flat this map can be around the zone. So I think Syndicate needs to find a way around the blob. And they do run a charger too, which I think is pretty good on this map. So I do expect to see similar comps.
Yeah, Syndicate's definitely got to up the paint here for splat zones. With the kind of paint pressure that the blob puts out, and the junior, and the double bombs, and the armors, and all of that kind of just coming in can really overwhelm them. And we're gonna have to see what Syndicate can do to kind of respond to that, and see if they can take this third game to kind of put themselves up 2-1 in a best of 5 set that we have here.
Yeah, no one's gonna be loose in the set quite yet, but I think both these teams don't want to be in any sort of danger regarding scoring here. So both teams are gonna do their best to keep the score up.
Yeah.
Going to Game 3, Wahoo Red Zone, seeing what we got here. No blob, really?
No blob. Huh.
Okay.
And that's a Jet Squelcher, Vanilla Jet Squelcher. They're looking to just kind of pump out a lot of missiles here. And that might be a little bit of a misplay, but
already got missiles.
What this team has done already. I mean, I definitely didn't expect what they have with that blob.
I think that's going to preview what Syndicate's going to be dealing with this whole game. Lots of bombs, lots of missiles. It's going to be rather obnoxious on their end.
Yeah, they're really going to have to move out though. But Syndicate's got the double Booyah Bomb armor and the bomb rush to kind of take that zone. So maybe they'll have, maybe they'll be able to kind of counter everything that schedule change putting up here. A good inch up here by Foot. Gonna try to get another pick on Syndicate.
Syndicate doing a pretty good job keeping up the paint, although schedule change going to keep that zone for a little longer, giving them the lead. Nothing too crucial yet, as it's still early in the match, but I think Syndicate really wants to up their paint game here. And I think they need to go for picks. Their comp's really good with picking people off, so if they can get into schedule change space, I think they could get enough picks to keep up that map control.
Yeah, just like that. And that Charger had a very nice pick on the junior there. And has a very aggressive position here. But the other team, or Syndicate, does get 3 down here. And this Charger is going to have to kind of defend here, making sure that he doesn't lose a potential bomb rush that he's got. It's another nice pick on that K-Pro too.
This Charger has been very good in aggressive scenarios, I would say, especially with that tower control game we saw last match, where they were just getting incredible picks from pretty close range. So really strong backliner in aggressive situations, especially on something like Wahoo zones. They're doing a great job getting picks.
Yeah, speaking of doing a great job here, this junior is keeping up a lot of the paint on the side of schedule change without that blob now. Just being able to pump out so many armors already, just chucking those bombs in the zone, just keeping the pressure up here, and almost gets a pick here on Advocate. See another missile, I believe, coming out from schedule change here. This junior does get a nice pick on the NZAP. And Syndicate's down 2.
Provide jumps, but it's not going to work out. It's going to backfire, giving schedule change a couple more picks here.
Yeah.
And it's not looking too good for Syndicate, especially with the paint control advantage that schedule change has. Yeah, going 2 down once again. I think this might be the beginning of the end for Syndicate if they continue up with this current playstyle.
Putting out a bomb rush here, trying to stay alive, but there's just so much paint kind of coming out from schedule change. 3 down though. Oh. It does get some nice picks, kind of stopping that good push that schedule change had, kind of forcing them to retreat back to their spawn area.
That was very impressive. That was a pretty crucial flank, giving Syndicate the zone once again. Although the point lead on the side of schedule change is pretty significant, they're going to have to hold on to this zone for quite a while, especially with about 1 minute remaining. And the paint advantage that Schedule Change has, especially with those specials coming out. Try to flip it. They're gonna get sniped. I take that back. Syndicate's gonna get the lead.
Wow, very nice snipe there. And 3 going down on Schedule Change. And this looks like it might be it.
I'll do it for game 3. Syndicate is in the lead.
Yeah, I can say that. That was very nice snipe there on that inkjet by that charger.
Yes, that was crucial.
For sure. I think Syndicate, what they did really well was when they had the zone for the on that last push, they were able to kind of push up and kind of lock out Schedule Change and kind of force them to come in and feed if they didn't back up and kind of charge their own specials here, which I think is a little bit of a misplay on Schedule Change's part. Kind of just allowing them to push up and then kind of going in, seeing that, oh, you know, the penalty's down now, and it's kind of counting down closer to the lead and everything. And you just kind of going in and feeding just a little bit, which gave Syndicate that win.
Yeah, what I really liked about that match is it was kind of a battle of the age-old question, like paint versus kill power, where you saw Syndicate had a lot of picking power, where they could take out enemies easily, and Schedule Change had a lot of paint control. And we saw a lot of back and forth there regarding how much paint control Schedule Change had, and how many picks Syndicate would get. And it ended up being surprisingly close. But in the end, all those picks Syndicate got near the end secured them that victory. So I love matches like that where you see totally different play styles and clash, and it ends up being pretty close.
Yeah, I think another thing that Syndicate did right there was opting for double Booyah Bomb, because Booyah Bomb can kind of just nullify anything, like bombs, bubbles, a lot of stuff that can come into zone, especially when it's circular like that, which Booyah Bombs are also circular, kind of covers it all up now. But let's see what they have for Clan Blitz on New Albacore.
Yeah, this map's really going to test everyone's play style here, especially with Clan Blitz, the most team-oriented mode, and New Albacore, a huge map. You gotta be pretty considerate with where you're positioning, which picks you're going for. This can be a pretty hard map mode to play on.
Yeah, and we see Schedule Change going for a Hydra this time around, which will have a really decent amount of range here. I feel like with the double armor count that they went for, it's kind of just trying to take their charger, Syndicate's charger out of the game, and just kind of limiting their range and what they can do. You see Advocate over here on the right side just trying to stop a push coming out from Schedule Change, with the inkjet coming out here for Flip. Just trying to get another pick down. Looks like Advocate might get him on the jump. Also taken out by that Hydra there. You can see just kind of like the range that the Hydra has does go down to a bomb though. And we might see Syndicate start to push out here. Trade from the Tri-Slosher and the Gal. And I think Syndicate stops that push.
I'm seeing lots of trades here. But in the end, I think Syndicate right now has a good spot to regain map control. So I hope they take advantage of that and get the clans they need, because Schedule Change was pretty close to getting the push in.
Yeah. Putting missiles on that Hydra, forcing them to move out of their position. Almost going down in the missiles though, but very nice placement there by the Hydra. And we're going to see the L3? L3 kind of went down on that left side there, which is allowing Schedule Change to kind of come out with all those clams that they're going to grab now. Just kind of getting another one down on the right side, and maybe we'll see a first clam basket break come out.
Yeah, I'm noticing Schedule Change is really good at keeping clams. I mean, you saw Syndicate try to push up into Schedule Change's spawn, but they didn't have any clams to push with. And while that was happening, Schedule Change already got a clam ready, and they're right here, they're pushing. They have the specials, and they have the clams to back it up. And they're getting all the picks they need. This could be a huge push.
Yeah, already down to 42 here. And pushing it even further now is that Hydra throwing in a few more clams, along with the just more clams just coming out from that from Syndicate's left side, just trying to stop that push. But it doesn't look like schedule changes too many clams left, and they're just gonna kind of go for picks here, trying to see if they can grab more, and does get 2 down. Great job by Flip here in the T-Tech.
Flip's not over yet. How popping that jet.
Yeah. Gets another with the jet.
And they're
Really
close to
nice
another
play.
power clam. Oh, there it is. Just gotta get it, get this pick. Oh, that's a trade.
Yeah.
Still, regardless, a really good trade. Gonna slow them down. Really nice snipe to get that power clam out of there, allowing Syndicate to finally get mid control back. About 2 minutes remaining in the game.
Yeah. And we'll see this. Ooh, Hydra gets a very important pick down on that gal, stopping Syndicate from having their armor, which could really hinder their pushing power here. You just see like the kind of map control that this Hydra can put out just by standing on this left side bridge and just keeping so much control, just forcing Syndicate back just to one side of the map and allowing the rest of schedule change to kind of go at them.
Yeah, I think having a strong anchor, especially in these kind of scenarios where the Hydra can't be reached too easily on a map like this. Flip getting a really good pick there, by the way. Oh wow, I didn't even notice they're pushing. let's move on to that. Already getting another power claim and getting rid of that penalty. That's crucial. However, they have no more claims to back it up. Was this worthwhile? I would say it is, considering that's more time schedule changes pushing while Syndicate isn't. Especially with 45 seconds left on the clock, you wanna do anything to prevent Syndicate from making any sort of potential push.
Yeah. Flip does get a nice pick though, but does end up going down to that charger, and Syndicate's just gotta kind of get those clams into their favor, because they have to push all the way down to 20, or just 4 entire power clams. They're able to make it. We have to see a strong and continued push on their side without them going down. And I think right here, if your schedule changed, the best thing that you could do right now is just try to get them down or even trade.
Yeah, we see with this K-Pro winning some crucial 1v1's gonna put in another power clam. I don't know if that was worth it. Considering now Syndicate has another pity clam, and that could get them closer to an overtime lead. But
yeah, a little bit of a misplay though, I think. But now it's just coming down to these picks here, and we're going to see schedule change get more down, and Syndicate just having a tough time getting over, and that's going to be the game for them.
yeah, tying it up 2-2, going to go to a game 5. Schedule change, really flexing their muscles with Clam Blitz. And that'll tie it up. Going to see a game 5, really exciting.
Yeah, the double armor kind of working out in schedule change's favor. Taking that charger out of the game with the double armor, making sure that that they're not really able to get as many picks as they would, and with the Hydra just taking so much control over those bridges and the grates, just kind of forcing the Syndicate to one side and allowing the rest of their teammates to kind of pick them off. Really good play there, I think.
Yeah, and we're going to be wrapping up this set with a Rainmaker Inkblot. I'm kind of scared. I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of scared of this one. This could be such a quick KO if either of these teams are caught slacking.
Yeah, the first Rainmaker did go to schedule change, so we're going to see if maybe they go back to their roots, stick with that Blob Junior combo for the amount of paint that they can get, which on Inkblot is definitely something that you want. Just having a lot of paint control and trying to just get those pushes down before they can kind of get super close to your pedestal.
Yeah, unlike the Reef where you have to push past that slick, which can be quite difficult. Inkblot, it's not too hard to get into the enemy base. This could be a very quick match.
Yeah. Great.
Going into Game 5 of our first set, Alpha Bracket, Rainmaker, Inkblot, and we do see both these teams going back to their roots. Seeing the NZAP for the armor, lots of offensive weapons on the side of Syndicate, plus that sniper we've been seeing all sets. And then schedule change, going back to that blob. No junior, but the Tri-Slosher is going to provide armor. I believe that's the armor one.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I think the play here, using that blobber, with the bomb rush especially, because if you can push up there, and if it's just that guy with the bomb rush, you can get a very nice and quick pop. And on the defensive end too, with blobber, getting a pick here though, you can actually kind of stand up higher up in your base and just kind of slosh that paint down, all those blobs that you're lobbing, I guess. And you're able to get so much control over that flat area. And Syndicate getting a really good push here, kind of avoiding all of those shots coming out from Syndicate. And this can be a little bit difficult for Syndicate, I think, to kind of come back and respond to.
Yeah, down to 22 points already. Nothing impossible, but Syndicate really, all their specials already. If they can utilize these in a smart way, then this could be devastating. However, they need to get going because schedule change is starting to get those picks, and the paint control here is insane. Getting 3 down, all of their specials were ready, but it's just all gone now.
Advocate's got to try to get some more people down. Just get the K-Pro. And just holding this side, their right side down, just trying to stop that push coming out from schedule change here.
And what I know is, despite all that paint control they have, schedule change not opting to pick up their Rainmaker. I think they're pretty content with their lead at the moment, and they're just going to keep up that paint control for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, I think being Syndicate here, you've really got to start getting some more picks down, because schedule change is just going to kind of use the blob and the Tri-Slosher and all of their other weapons to just keep paint up. And if you can't get those picks, then that's basically game over for you. You really got to kind of come out into mid with specials and just kind of hope for the best, try to get a wipe or something. And do it. But we still have a lot of time left, so who knows what we'll see. Advocate opting for a flank on the right side, hoping to catch schedule change off guard, as they do end up going to pick up the Rainmaker.
I think they took notice, because I did see the K-Pro look over there, and then they picked it up. I think that was something calculated. I'm not sure what they're specifically thinking of, but...
Yeah, it's really good game awareness. Kind of looking on the map, if you have this much paint control, you can actually call out flanks and call out where people are, just by kind of looking at the ink that they're putting down, which is a really nice benefit from having all this paint control here.
Once again, Syndicate has lots of specials ready. They gotta get something going with all these specials. I think I can call out, get going with that, but they're just getting picked off, and I think this blob has something to do with it. This blob is just absolutely taking Syndicate flat here. They've just been lobbing shots most of this game.
Syndicate does get 3 down. Advocate trying to go for that last pick, does get help from his teammate. So this could be one of these really nice pushes coming out from Syndicate that we've seen so far this set.
Yeah, that's going to help out a ton.
Yeah, got 1 minute left in the match here, and they've got to push it all the way up to 22, and this is their first time kind of cracking that 100. K-Pro forcing him down. I think he got him with drop shots, too.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what took down that Rainmaker. Oh, and that's going to be a wipe on the side of Syndicate. This could be it.
Yeah. I think if Syndicate is able to get those picks, if they're able to kind of drop down and come in fast enough, maybe, just maybe they can have one last chance to kind of get this push in a very, very close set. Really good play here by the Charger, getting him down with the bomb, just kind of avoiding everything. Getting another nice snipe. Another
nice snipes. Wow, this could be it. They gotta get going though. Seeing the Ray ready, but the Charger's gonna pick it up, not allowing that Ray, and a bomb. Real unfortunate.
Yeah, the 3 going down on the side of Syndicate. This looks like it's just gonna... This set's gonna go to schedule change here.
Yes, just barely gonna go to schedule change. Although, I take that back. Schedule change, those last 2 games really showing off a lot of skill, especially with the Clam Blitz and the Rainmaker. But Syndicate and the matches they won fair and square. And that was
really good efforts coming from both teams.
Yeah, going to be seeing schedule change move on into Alpha Bracket. Syndicate going down to losers, and I'll be honest, Syndicate has a pretty good chance to make it pretty far in losers. What we saw from them was very promising. I do want to see Syndicate once again. I think I'm a fan of this team.
Yeah, me too, actually. I like both of these teams, actually.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, going in first match, I see the Blob, and I'm like, ooh, it's kind of a strange pick, but again, I think one of my personal philosophies of playing this game is just anything. You can kind of use any weapon in kind of this current meta, and you should just try to make it work. You know, like, if there's a weapon that you really like playing, I see no reason for you to not play it in favor of something else. Like, because you can see a weapon like Blob do so much for a team like Schedule Change here. Able to get the set off of another really good team, Syndicate, just with the kind of pressure that Blob puts out.
Yeah, and I see a lot of comments regarding Low Ink, and a lot of people like watching Low Ink because these teams aren't afraid to try interesting comps out, and I love to see it. Generally in top level play, and I'm not complaining because you definitely want to use the weapons that will secure you the win, but top level play you see a lot of the same weapons. But in Low Ink, you see some strange comps come up.
Yeah. And
I think our next game is ready.
Already? Wow.
Yeah. Well, when you see 5 games, I think we were watching the longest set there. We are going to be watching Shining Storm versus Unknown Squids. And again, kind of slacking on these teams. I don't actually recognize any of these teams. Again, Alpha Bracket has some more unknown people, Unknown Squids, unintended. Some more unknown players, at least to me.
Yeah. I mean, I think I've seen a few of these teams before. I'm looking at a list, but a lot of these teams kind of coming out of almost nowhere. But again, I don't really keep up too much with kind of what's going on in the lower level. But I'm definitely going to be surprised. I mean, we saw 2 teams put out a really interesting set that we both didn't really know. And now, when I hear both those teams' names, like Schedule Change and Syndicate, I'm going to think back to like those matches and how good and how close they were. So hopefully we can see another really nice set from Shining Storm and Unknown Squids.
Yeah, and moving on further into the bracket, I think it only gets better from here. So I am excited to see what Shining Storm and Unknown Squids have in store for us. Taking a look at the maps real quick. I believe. One second. Starfish, main stage, tower control, Skipper, zones, Mako, clams, Black Belly, Rainmaker, Piranha, tower control. Starfish, tower control, a very chaotic map. When I think of Starfish Tower Control, I always think back to these sets. Nothing specific, just in general. They're always so chaotic with the layout of this map. You just gotta. It's always frontline oriented, and then there's spots for backliners. It's a very well balanced map, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think one of the most crucial parts of Starfish main stage and tower control is kind of getting past the opponent's snipe area, that first checkpoint, and then using that second checkpoint, hopping onto their snipe point and going kind of into their spawn to try to take control of that left side so they can't kind of shoot down on you from that that top left area. I think once you can get control up there, that's game over. At least what I think.
Yeah. And that's what I like about Starfish on any mode, really. You got good spots for backliners, and it lets backliners kind of flex their muscles, especially in a meta where, and I talked about how low ink players often ignore the meta, but in a meta where backliners kind of becoming more and more irrelevant, I think a map like this is just refreshing. You can try some longer range options, and frontliners can kind of coexist with it.
Yeah, for sure.
While we do wait for all the players to get into the lobby, I would like to plug a couple tournaments that are upcoming. Let's talk about Minnow Cup. So, Minnow Cup is a tournament I'm a fan of, and if you like low ink, you should definitely check it out. So, Minnow Cup is a tournament for teams Division 4 and lower in Ludi. Focuses on improving teamwork skills on one of the 4 ranked modes. So on January 2nd, there is going to be a Minnow Cup featuring only Clam Blitz. So if you want to improve on Clam Blitz, definitely check out Minnow Cup. If you like low ink, Minnow Cup is definitely a tournament you want to check out. Would you like to talk about Splatoon Amateur Circuit?
I don't. Do we have enough time?
Yeah, we're still waiting on one more player.
Okay. All right. So, if you haven't seen the Splatoon Amateur Circuit Twitter yet, or if you're in the server, you would have seen that there's a new season Among Us, a new SAC season. The Splatoon Amateur Circuit is back for season 3. SAC or SAC or kind of whatever you want to call it at this point. Is a tournament series aimed at Division 3 teams and lower, which is perfect if you're playing in low because it's another place to kind of really show off that muscle you've got. This time we're actually going to have a total of 6 tournaments, 4 qualifying tournaments, an all-star game, and our infamous grand finals. If your team does well enough in our qualifying tournament, you'll be able to participate in the final tournament between the top 8 teams of the season. We don't have our seeding. We don't have our seeding committee anymore, and we opted back to, if you know Midway, we share a lot of staff between the SAC team and Midway, and we went back. We kind of took a little bit out of Midway's book in their kind of point system, and that's how we're going to decide our top 8. First tournament of the season is going to be a 2-day event. Day 1 is going to be Swiss, and Day 2 streaming our top cut at 1:00 p.m. Eastern on January 9th and 10th. If you will be streaming it, and if you want to see the up-and-coming teams Splatoon has to offer, or participate yourself, you can go to our Twitter at SplatoonAC, and you can find our Discord link I think it's in the profile description.
On the screen right now.
Oh, yep, right
our match is pretty close already, too, so perfect timing.
Yeah. Just a little bit more. We do have a prize pool starting at $115, and our prize pool donations are also open, which you can check in the Discord and, again, on our Twitter at SplatoonAC.
Yeah, definitely check out SAC if you are a fan of low ink. And if you want to kind of take a step above low ink, that's kind of what the role they're playing is here. Starting round 2, seeing one second. Shining Storm versus Unknown Squids on tower control. Let's see what these teams have to offer. Seeing 2 snipers on the side of both, double armor on the side of, I believe, Unknown Squids, and Shining Storm definitely has the more aggressive top, but Unknown Squids has a lot of paint control, a lot of armor. I think we're going to see kind of a repeat of what we saw last match with paint control versus aggro power.
Yeah, Shining Storm getting
aggro power. Yeah, Shining Storm getting a lot of picks here early on.
Yeah, on the side of Unknown Squids, we actually have the, I I think that's the white Tetras instead of the dark Tetras, which is kind of interesting because they have that bomb rush instead of the splashdown, with a nice double inkjet coming out from Shining Storm to get that charger down and get past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, Shining Storm with a dominant lead, down to 50 points before a minute has even passed.
Yeah.
But 3 going down, I think that'll be the end of it. That Nautilus hanging on for dear life, trying to get past that checkpoint. I think they did.
Yeah, a really good play there by that Nautilus, just seeing that, alright, you know, the rest of my teammates are down, but I can still get past this checkpoint. And that could prove really crucial if Unknown Squids are able to get off another good push like that. We're going to see both teams kind of armor, and one does go down for Shining Storm here, and we're going to see these Tetras kind of push up with that armor, which is a really nice strategy here by Unknown Squids, being able to see that, okay, you know, if we run a double armor, we can allow our Tetras to push up and dodge roll and get in our opponent's face. And doing a really good job getting a wipe there on Shining Storm. Again, we're going to see Unknown Squids have a really good push out from mid.
Yeah, and the Sniper does go down on the side of Shining Storm. That's going to get rid of that Ray for a little longer, even though he wasn't close. That is still a really
Unknown Squids almost getting past that first checkpoint. Been really close, but Shining Storm able to stop them there. The Tetra is kind of dodge rolling around with, I think that might be a zap there. Goes down to an inkjet shot from green, I believe. And we're going to see Shining Storm just try to get back into mid, but does get down by that charger from Unknown Squids. I think we're going to see them push out a little bit more too, with 3 down on the side of Shining Storm. Really good job by that charger, kind of holding that back there and getting the Stingray out there. And the armors to just allow these Tetras to kind of push up and have some easy kills.
Yeah, the only thing slowing down Unknown Squids right now are these checkpoints, and if they can get past them right now, I think it's smooth sailing from here.
Yeah, good pick on the Nautilus by the junior, but we are going to see Shining Storm kind of have this good response back, getting 2 down, pushing back into mid, and we're going to see what Unknown Squids can do to see if they can hold mid. Nice pick on that charger by the other charger here, kind of showing a little bit of dominance here, and having that Stingray ready, kind of looking to see if there's any flanks or anything with that charger. With armors coming out as well from Unknown Squids. And they're going to just go back to that checkpoint, and we're going to see if they can kind of get past it here. A lot of really good pressure here.
Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, I was about to say, Shining Storm, despite their extremely strong start, kind of having a hard time pushing up, but it looks like green here getting those final few picks leading to a wipe, going to allow them to regain map control and possibly extend their lead a little bit more, especially that checkpoint they cleared out earlier. All their specials were ready. We're seeing them all popped off here. That's going to slow down Unknown Squids. 50 seconds left. I think if Shining Storm keeps up this pressure, they're going to that victory.
Ooh, was that a collateral?
Yeah, I think it was.
Collateral from that charger. A really good pick. Keeping their team in the race here for this first game. Looking like he's going to try to charge up a Stingray with the other charger. And I think it's just going to kind of come down to these last few picks here and the Stingray that comes out inside of Unknown Squids.
And you know, with the pressure we've seen most of the game by Unknown Squids, you think they'd have the lead by now, but they don't. So really all Shining Storm has to do is defend, which I'd argue is easier than pushing. So right now, well, I'm not going to speak too soon. That Zap is still alive, although he does have armor. Going to see possibly the armor pop. At this checkpoint, that's going to be a crucial time to strike. That's going to be 3 down.
I think was that a bomb?
I think it was, yeah.
Wow, that was some really nice defending there by Shining Storm. With that really strong push at the beginning, I think they kind of let down on the aggression, which almost let Unknown Squids back into that game. The Charger having a lot of really nice picks on the side of Unknown Squids. Just trying to trying to get back to that third checkpoint, which they seem to have a lot of trouble going through the checkpoints.
Yeah, and that small play, earlier where that knot was that knot got that final checkpoint near early on in the game by Unknown Squids was like, I mean, it was such a small thing to do at the beginning of the game, but it kind of made all the difference.
Yeah.
We did see a sub out by Unknown Squids, I think.
I think so. It might have been.
Yeah, someone subbed out. But, for Splatoon Skipper, this map takes a little bit of work to get down, especially with so many routes to go down. You can go down top, you can go down bottom, lots of flanking opportunities. This map is definitely something you need to practice on.
Yeah, I think that was Shining Storm it was Unknown Squids that opted for the double armor Tetris. And with the kind of size of Skipper Pavilion, they're going to have a lot of paint, especially in that shrine area, kind of at the top of the map, in between the two spawns. I think it's just going to kind of come down to controlling that area there and allowing those Tetris to kind of move up and just kind of relying the other team kind of coming down and feeding a little bit to kind of secure their push.
Yeah, and both teams are readied up. We're going to see Splatstone Skipper, and as opposed to tower control, this mode is definitely a lot more different. So I am interested to see what these teams do. Seeing a dynamo and a tent, and I don't disagree. But two pretty unusual weapons. And again, I'm all for it. I love seeing comps like this. Already seeing a not good. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Unknown Squids already getting some picks here.
Oh yeah. I think they're ready to take this game already.
No, I thought someone fell off the map. No, Unknown Squids already getting picks. 20 seconds into the game.
Yeah. T-Tech putting in the work over here on this left side, trying to stop Shining Storm from coming down with missiles coming out on their side. And I think the Charger got a pick on the Inkjet, which is really big. And we're going to see a 3 of them here to counter that bomb rush, but able to keep the zone momentarily. And Shining Storm's going to get it in their favor. You're going to have to watch out for this Dynamo. They do put 10 missiles on, of course, when you jump out. But now we're going to see what Unknown Squids can kind of do here. The tent just barely able to get out. They kind of pulled their stamp there. A good pick by that Charger in that mid area, keeping a lot of control. And I think that's going to be really important for this match for Shining Storm if they want to get another win off of Unknown Squids.
Yeah,
we go down.
I think, again, despite Unknown Squids' dominance, especially with those early picks, Shining Storm is very grounded with the objective. They're still keeping that lead. This is like a repeat of that last game where you see Unknown Squids making these absolutely unbelievable plays, but Shining Storm in the end is still in the lead. So, yeah, finally seeing that stamp come out, going to cancel out that zone for a second, but they do take it out, giving Shining Storm the victory here.
Yeah, very good job by Shining Storm here. Just making sure to keep possession of that zone. And getting down that stamp as well. I feel like that's the one pick that kind of decided the match there, I think. Because if you don't get that stamp down, I think Unknown Squids has another shot of keeping Shining Storm out.
Yeah, and compared to that last tower control game where it was somewhat back and forth, no KOs, that was probably the fastest game of Skipper zones I've ever seen. So, very good job by Shining Storm. Only one more win if they want to move on. Although I wouldn't be doubting Unknown Squids here. They've been really showing some great plays here. So if they focus on objective a little more, I think we could see a reverse here possibly. especially on something like Mako Clans, a totally different mode. And again, we haven't seen these teams before. We personally don't know these teams too well, so who knows? Maybe they're really good at clan modes.
Yeah, I think what comes down here is if Unknown Squids can kind of solidify their defense a little bit more. Shining Storms kind of like, they seem to have these kind of like really fast and strong pushes at the beginning of the matches. And if Unknown Squids can kind of hold them back, I think that they have enough power to kind of push it back, and maybe we can see them take this clan blitz on Mako Marker.
Yeah, something I do want to mention is Mako Clans, this is a really small map. It can get very chaotic, and keeping control of this map can be very tough. So I think with either of these teams' playstyle we've been seeing so far, this will be a very difficult match to follow. There's going to be so much going on.
Yeah, for sure. I'm interested to see what Unknown Squids is going to opt for weapon-wise this match, so let's see. Alright. Ooh, we do see the Carbon Roller coming out from Shining Storm here, trying to make use of all these ledges here that Mako Mart's kind of known for. We're going to see the tent also on Unknown Squids, hoping to get some pushes through that. We're going to see this Carbon trying to maneuver their way around the stacks.
I think Carbon is definitely a gamble here. It really relies on having a team that can keep up map control. So if Shining Storm does keep up that map control, it looks like hard so far. I think that Carbon, it's just, this map is Carbon's playground. They can just move around and they can get picks as they need. And already seeing a push down to 38. Very, very strong start on the side of Shining Storm. We've been seeing this all set. They get a very, very strong pick early on, so they're very consistent as a team, I would say.
Yeah. Again, like, I think it just kind of comes down here to the Unknown Squids' defenses here. If they're able to just kind of keep up their paint and not allow another push like that from Shining Storm, I think they'll be able to take this match. But again, it just kind of comes down to those picks here, and we already see 2 go down on Unknown Squids. But a good play getting that Carbon down. And kind of reversing it on Shining Storm, as we're going to see 3 go down, and maybe we can get a nice response push from Unknown Squids.
And that was a delayed quad.
Yeah. Using that tent to push in. And
ooh, very good splash down. Get rid of that Carbon. I think Carbon was definitely the one to get rid of there, and they did. However, down to 30, down to 65, that's still very respectable. 62. I think one more push could do it if they can pull it off. I think Shining Storm definitely needs to maybe opt for pushing in once again if they want to secure their lead a little better. Yeah. Carbon going to just, again, the map control is just right for this Carbon.
Yeah. I think on the last push Unknown Squids had, they jumped in with that tent, and I think one of them missed a power play. That might prove crucial, because that takes the game from, instead of being 62 to 38 here, it takes, you could have been, I think that's 4 points off of them with a kind of a similar penalty. So maybe that one miss could have already decided the game. But we're going to see one come down from Shining Storm. And I think the Tent's doing a really good job pushing in with their shield. And Unknown Squid's kind of playing off of it. Because we're going to see 2 go down on Shining Storm's side. And this Tent kind of passing plans. Just kind of hoping to maybe make a power clam so that they can break the barrier. So we're going to see the Carbon go down alongside the Tetris.
Yeah, we saw the roots of a very good push there. However, they just don't have a clamp. I would like to mention the map control as they were about to push was on point. They need to keep that up if they want to get rid of that Carbon. Yeah. However, gonna get it down to 52. Yep. Still not gonna be enough. Shining Storm really good at getting that paint control. They just immediately painted everything here. And that's, again, I'll keep saying it's crucial for that Carbon roller. If they want to have their 4th player in play, they're gonna need to keep up the map control.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man! 2 more
power claims for them. 3 power
Down to
claims.
9. Wow, they just made those instantly.
Yeah. And that's it.
Gonna do it. Wow.
Really good final push there from Shining Storm. Taking advantage of the wipe that they got on Unknown Squids. Using the power claim that they got, the Fiddy clan that they got from that push. Getting it all the way down to 9, and that's just three normal claims away from the victory.
Yeah, they'll do it. Again, Shining Storm, Unknown Squids, we haven't seen these teams before, but we want to see them come back. These are two very good teams. Even though it was a 3-0, Unknown Squids, very, very skilled team here, I would say. And we will be seeing them in losers. Again, this is a double elimination, and Shining Storm will be moving on further in Alpha Bracket.
Yeah, congrats to Shining Storm. A very decisive 3-0, putting them ahead. And maybe a shot at finals again. But who knows what's going to happen in Mullen.
Yeah, everyone's predictions are out the window this low. A lot of people think something's up, something's going on here. But no, these teams have just been grinding. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah, I think we've seen
get better.
We've seen so many of these these tournaments, and I think kind of come out of the idea of lowing and kind of catering to the lower to mid-level section, and we're seeing so much improvement coming out of these teams that I think we're gonna have just so many nice close matches in the upcoming lowings. All of this stuff, just everybody knows these teams, and it's such a nice thing to see that you don't have to be in that top 10 for people to know you. You can show yourself in these lower levels and just kind of prove to people yeah, we're pretty good for our level, and you're going to see more of us coming up. And I think again, Low Ink and Minnow Cup and SAC, all of these kind of tournaments and circuits and stuff like that, just doing a really good job in our community, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of practice available for teams at this skill level, and we're seeing them improve. So it's always exciting to see these teams grow.
Yeah, for sure.
While we wait for our next match, which is very soon, I do want to talk about some other tournaments. So if you like seeing, if you like what you're seeing here, Liquid Performance Labs do run other events. We do have Swimmer Sync coming up, which is our weekly event. It takes place Wednesday nights. It's kind of our ultra competitive event, I would say. I don't know about ultra competitive, but it's our double elimination weekly. And if you just need something to play at Wednesday night, that's definitely something you want to check out. But something else coming up is our Testing Grounds New Year's special on January 1st, New Year's Day. We're going to be hosting a very, very special Testing Grounds event. It's kind of considered a semi-major event for us, where we'll have a prize pool, and we are anticipating a pretty big event here as kind of a celebration to kick off 2021. So those short plugs out of the way, I think our next match is ready real soon. We're going to be watching Raizen versus SynRG.
We're not getting a break here.
No. Yeah, everyone's moving forward in Alpha. Alpha is moving rather quick, I'll be honest. But yeah, Raizen is a team we've been seeing. A lot of people are placing bets. Well, not real money, but a lot of people are saying Raizen is going to dominate Low Ink. And we're seeing a C2 versus C3 match here. I think both these teams are incredibly powerful. I think this will be a very good match to watch.
Yeah, we saw Raizen go 6-0 in Group B yesterday. So maybe we'll see again that kind of power that a lot of teams have come to play against here on Splat Zones on Humpback.
Yeah, Splatzone's Humpback, this map, I mean, I don't hate it, but like, this map is so paint focused, and it's so hard to get picks on this map with how like high the zone is, that it's always just a paint war. Like, you don't even go for picks that often.
Yeah.
So,
one of my favorite comps to actually run here is a little bit, again, like you were saying, it's chaotic. It's something like, because this is like a comp that you can run on Zone's Humpback and win with, and it's so strange because we can see like these kinds of things in our current meta, where you can see something like an Aerospray PG and not even like bat an eye because, oh, it's Zone's Humpback. You know, you can go something like a remix, a K-Pro, a Aerospray PG and a Zap for a junior, and that's like a legitimate comp just because paint and booyahs are just so good on Zone's Humpback.
Yeah, like, you know, paint weapons. What always stands out to me on this mode is like double booyah. You see stuff like double booyah. You see like dynamos. You see stuff that flings paint.
Yeah, like splashers too.
Yeah. But let's just see what both these teams have to offer. These teams are some of Low Ink's best. I think we're going to see like a mini grand finals here.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see Bubbles come out from the side of Raizen. Bubbles and Booyah, again, just two really good things to kind of take zone. And at the beginning of each zone Humpback match, it's just a fight for that zone and just trying to see who can get their specials first and who can get picks. And we're going to see SynRG using that Kensa Junior actually to throw out some bubbles there, and the slusher there to kind of try to add to the kill count. We're going to see even more missiles come out. And, oh, wow. Nice special coordination there from Raizen, using the missiles to kind of force SynRG into that Booyah bomb, and eventually getting them down. As we're going to see SynRG's own Booyah bomb and Bomb Rush come out, and Raizen has one down currently. He's kind of fighting for that zone. With
SynRG just barely keeping that zone, very close to past that penalty. And Raizen still one down. Again, not a lot of picks on this map, so one down is pretty crucial. Seeing that Junior go down, I think it's time for Raizen to start pinning. Not so fast, though. Not Slosher. He's doing a great job sniffing out some of those Raizen players and getting rid of them. Wow, incredible job there.
Yeah, Slosher definitely using the map to his advantage here. You can see him just kind of sloshing over those edges, and since Slosher can kind of ignore like the height advantage or disadvantage, actually able to get a lot of really crucial picks on Raizen here.
Raizen pushing in with all their specials. Just that ball are gonna be the last one remaining to lead them to tap the zone. There it is.
Yeah.
Now Raizen's in control. No penalty. They don't have to wait too long to get that tap back. However, those bubbles on the side of SynRG are not going to be an issue. They take them out. Oh, there's the Booyah bomb. Raizen still barely holding on to the zone a little. It's contested, rather.
Raizen doing a really great job here of just keeping up so much paint in the zone, despite the Booyah, despite the bubbles, and everything that SynRG can kind of throw their way.
And that's crucial, because no penalty here. They don't have to wait too long for that lead. Same SynRG here. Already another Booyah bomb. They're getting their specials rather quickly.
Yeah, I think the Booyah bomb came out a little bit too early, because we're going to see the bubbles kind of come out and trying to get all their specials at the same time. And you have so much painting power on Raizen's side with all the specials coming out, and that's going to be lead for them. And two down on SynRG, and I think that's going to be it.
Oh, wow, what a turnaround there. Raizen is going to get game one. And I think what really locked that in was... like, you saw SynRG there kind of desperately kind of using all their specials. I don't know how to word it, rather.
Yeah,
They
they're
kind of
trying
used
to-
them all, like, at once. They didn't use them at once. Raizen used all their specials at once, and SynRG kind of used them as they came in, a
I
little
guess you could say
desperately.
they were a little bit de-synergized, but again,
Yeah.
like, I think it's just seeing what kind of led to that was not being able to cap the zone the first time, and you see like the penalty's gone, and you see that timer just ticking down, and inside their heads they're thinking like, okay, we kind of have to go in because we don't want them to get any closer to the lead that we have, and you can see like again that Booyah Bomb came out a little bit too early, and they weren't able to get those. I think they Booyah Bombed and bubbled at the same time. They would have been able to cap and stop in time, but the painting power that the other team had coming out, that Raizen had coming out, was just kind of able to stop them individually instead of like all at once. So a really good job by Raizen, definitely proving that 6-0 performance that they had yesterday.
Yeah, I think leading up to Clan Blitz Anchovy, what's crucial on this map is pushing power. And what we saw by Raizen last game could be a hint to what we'll see this game. Because something like Anchovy, Clams, a map that requires you to really go all out just to make it to the basket, you're going to need to put on your A game here. Raizen, what we saw last game, they were putting on their A game with those pushes, with this, the synergized specials. I think SynRG needs to start focusing something like that if they want to get this one.
Yeah, I think a really good special that both of the teams had in that last match was Bubbles. Bubbles coming out from almost anywhere when you're pushing on Ancho Clan Blitz is a really great way to try to get into the opposing team's basket area. And I think it's just going to kind of come down to who can get those bubbles and then use them right. So you see that K Junior again come out there.
Yeah, both teams having juniors, but one of them is the Armor Junior, one of them is the Bubble Junior. And in a world where everyone needs to run armor, it is a little unusual seeing the K Junior. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think K Junior is a perfectly usable weapon, especially in Clan Blitz. But regardless of that, wow, 3 down on the side of, I think that was SynRG?
Yep. We're going to see Raizen's Nautilus push up on this left side here. A really good spot for them to hold as a choke point, which kind of makes SynRG kind of funnel down to that right side. And we're going to see if Raizen can maybe get a push off of that. As you see the Nautilus go off for the inkjet and trying to get SynRG down. So the junior's doing a really good job hiding behind that van and lets the squeezer go with bubbles. Just get one down with bubbles and they're able to score.
Oh
and
wow,
I think
3 down immediately on the side of the SynRG.
Yeah. This junior just kind of trying to keep some sort of pain or some sort of pressure on Raizen as they throw in another power clam, getting it down to 24 and 18 now. And we've got so much going on. SynRG just trying to stay alive here. As again, you can see like this left side being held down by the squeezer, and Raizen with such a strong push, all the way down to 9. They have a very big penalty to get through here, and we're going to see if SynRG can kind of respond to this, as they have 3 specials charged already.
Yeah, and 2 minutes into the game, down to 9 is just unbelievable. And especially on this map. Like, I mean, look how hard it is to get to that basket. It's going to be tough for SynRG, and I would argue it's miles easier to defend on this map. So I think Raizen can sit tight, but it looks like they're not done yet. They're going to be in their spawn. Seeing the squeezer here going to get some pretty good picks.
Yeah, Raizen going for blood out here. Already have 2 power clams ready to kind of push them out. But we're going to see the Crapid here kind of go for this baller and maybe just try to get one down. One down on each side though. But a Booyah Bomb from Raizen here and pressure coming out from that junior. Crapid's really weak and he's just got to kind of sit back and try to use his range out here. But again, you see the bubbles coming in. and bubbles just do so much here because you can just leave them right on the basket, and you're just kind of able to shark around them and try to get so many down as that the remix is able to score the power claim.
I don't know if that score was well. Can't speak too soon. Very close to getting rid of that penalty. I think this push is going to get rid of most of their penalties, I believe.
Yeah,
I'm actually not too sure
it should be like 20 something. Yeah, 23.
That's a lot more manageable.
Yeah, because that's, what is that? Power clam and 4 clams, which is one like little nest of clams here.
Yeah,
so,
I think it puts the KO in reach. It's a lot more reasonable.
Yeah, you see this Scrappy doing a really good job of trying to keep the squeezer out. Able to push in, but 2 down on this side here. And he's got a... Yeah. I think they might get 1 score off of this. No. They're able to kill him before he's able to throw that power claim in. And that's 2 power claims out for SynRG here. And
then,
1 minute left.
That wouldn't have been a worthwhile push.
Yeah. With 1 minute left here, SynRG's got to do something to try to stay alive. Maybe you kind of need like 1, 2, or even 3 wipes here to even kind of get close to what Raizen's already done the last 4 minutes. But again, Raizen's getting 3 down. Very nice inkjet shot. And I think they're just gonna... I think they're just going for the KO here. They're done waiting for the timer to be up.
Yeah, with the penalty up, 2 more clams. And that'll do it. Raizen up 2-0, SynRG. And this is best of 5, so Raizen just needs to win 1 more if they want to continue on in Alpha Bracket.
Yeah, really good job by that Nautilus at the end there. Going in and throwing those last two clams. Really good job by Raizen being able to stop those SynRG pushes and definitely earning that 2-0 that they have up on SynRG.
Going back to Rainmaker the Reef, we saw this, was it last set?
No, it was the first match of the first set, I think.
Yes, first set we saw today. This map is unusual. You know, like I think everyone here knows Rainmaker the Reef is a pretty difficult map to push up on, especially with that slick area. And we've seen a dominant play style on the side of Raizen. You know, on something like Rainmaker the Reef, where it's a little more difficult to push. I don't know if they can keep up that momentum.
Yeah, I think the play here for Raizen, in my opinion, would be keeping those bubbles. I think just going down SynRG's left side through that area, because if you go on that left, you can avoid the jump up and you can avoid the slick area from if you were doing like a standard push straight from bridge. If you're able to use those bubbles right and place them in the perfect places, you could get that Rainmaker up to a very substantial lead, which on Reef is so difficult to do.
Going into possibly match point for Raizen, possibly the final match for Raizen. SynRG is going to want to give it all they got if they want to continue playing in Alpha winners.
Yeah, you see SynRG going for that sploosh, and I think they're just going for that the pop power, maybe trying to overwhelm Raizen here by taking control of the bridge, but I don't really think they use the armor too much to their advantage, and I think Raizen's going to have a small kind of window to be able to push out and maybe start their own push, as we can see the Zap getting that junior down, pushing up on bridge with 2 specials here.
SynRG has lots of points, but I don't think they're using it to their full advantage. Because Raizen doing a pretty good job of pushing forward with a lot of paint control. However, that first initial push wasn't the greatest, so I think SynRG has a good opportunity to get a lead here.
Yeah, this Null's trying to keep control of the bridge, but is pushed back by, I think that was the fencing machine.
Rainmaker reset. I think SynRG do not get the pop. Raizen did not hesitate to throw everything they had at it.
Yeah, it's a very close game so far. Only pushing it to 75 for Raizen so far. And we're going to see if maybe they can try to get another push out with this 3 down, actually. With the Kensa machine pushing up already into the base of SynRG.
Yep, I was about to say that Ray's got to stay alive, but they get past the slick. That is so crucial for this map.
Yeah, that's gonna really big.
Oh, I think there's still people from Raizen within SynRG spawn. Possibly going to pick up anyone coming in. I think they're backing off though. Yep,
yeah. SynRG doing a nice job, able to get Raizen out of their spawn area, but having to push past 17 on this map, or even get close to a knockout, again, just such a difficult feat. And against a team like Raizen, is just going to prove to be even more difficult, I think.
Yeah, SynRG, 3 specials ready, and they have a lot of paint that they aren't quite taking advantage of. I mean, look at the map. Raizen has most of this map. I think SynRG just needs to start focusing that paint control. 3 down inside of Raizen. It's time to push up. It's time to get some paint on the ground.
Yeah, you gotta watch out there on this push here. You got the guy behind you, able to get him down there. I think, a nice
really good bomb kill
from the shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this Sploosh kind of has to push up and get a little bit more kills, because I think it's with the lack of range and the skill that Raizen has, like especially that squeezer and that machine, like you've really got to use that paint to your advantage and get those get as many stamps as you can. All specials charged for SynRG, and we might see a push come out on their end. Hesitating just a little bit, waiting for that right time, but you don't want to give Raizen too much time to get their specials either. SynRG, 1 does go down, and they already had grabbed the Rainmaker, kind of moving on their right side, and this Rainmaker is going to be met by I think that's the Zap, able to get him down.
That's going to put the Rainmaker in a weird spot for both teams.
Yeah, I think Raizen should just kind of keep it there, because for SynRG it's going to be difficult to even kind of push up over there, but then trying to keep that control, take the control away from Raizen is just such a difficult thing to do. We have just under a minute left, and right now if you're SynRG, you gotta get some picks. You gotta start getting some people down. And you really just gotta be careful with everything here. And I think the Squeezer is just gonna hold the bubbles, and the Heavy might end up holding the Stingray too.
Bubbles going to possibly take out the Rainmaker. Nope, but it is going to put the Rainmaker in a weird spot here.
Yeah.
Two there. Teammates need to take care of those.
Yeah.
And that's why it's important to have map control.
Yeah, I think this might be it. 10 seconds left, and Raizen's just gonna take it back to their spawn.
Careful, if someone takes you out, that could be uh-oh.
Oh, they almost got up to him. I think if they didn't go up that pedestal and they just stayed there, SynRG might have had something on Raizen there, but again, just really good job by Raizen this whole set. Kind of being able to maintain so much control against a good team like SynRG, and use all of their specials at such a good time, and everything that just kind of came along with that, all well deserved. Good effort by both teams, so.
Yeah. Just goes to show how dominant Raizen is in this iteration of Low Ink. I think there's a good chance they could win this one, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. If you told me that they won, I would not doubt you. But again, that could be said for almost every team that we have in our alpha bracket here. So, you never know what'll happen.
Alright, and with round 3 out of the way, we're going to call it there, at least for me and you on the mic. We're gonna be switching over to Popgun and Magic, who will be taking on the mic soon. That's all from us. We're gonna take a short break while we switch over mics, or commentators rather.
Yeah.
And we'll see you around.
Yeah. Thank you so much for watching Rowing so far, and we hope you tune in to even some more, some great sets commentated by some great people, and we'll see you then.
Rob
Just not
comes
letting
in.
up.
Rob
Yeah.
comes in, hits him with the barrier, and immediately jumps back out. But we've got one on the left-hand side. It's Ken. They might win this. They have won this.
Twice just not able to get any points on the board, just always on the back foot, trying to keep up that defense. Stop. These teams, it just goes one way and then the other, one way and then the other. And here comes, oh, Bandit. That's nice. And another. Wow.
Oh, wow. Bandit just absolutely exploding there. Got themselves a triple splat, which
He was just like wanting to get the clams, but just didn't have enough for a power clam to open it up.
And here's take number 2. Are they going to get the power this time? No!
No!
They didn't get the power! That
didn't
is
get the power
so
clam.
unfortunate. This Kent is trying so hard. Third time's a charm, though. They
there
got
we
it
go.
in. A clam just to take lead back. And here comes
Yeah.
2.
2 power clams, but oh my god,
Oh my goodness.
So System of Splashdown was able to open up their basket again, and now that leads it to 30. They were able to like collect those clams.
What a stop. What a stop.
to have those checkpoints laying around, but you also can't leave it late. It's better to just take them out. And Last Chance is going to play a little bit of defense, perhaps saving the map for them, as Xanadu takes it all the way up to 94 points on the board.
Does this person ever chill? My goodness. My goodness.
There is, so long as there are heads to be taken, there is no time to chill. Nori making sure of this as they are going to pop off, and indeed, they make their initial push. 54 points on the board for the
of what this set is to them and trying to make it their own. Coming through with the splat, and that's going to be the knockout. Well done on the carbon roller. Speed kills in this game, and frankly, so does SOS. They go up 2-0.
By Neo, the snipe the Rainmaker from behind, but it's not going to be enough, dude.
Oh, but
go to the SOS.
they take it right back. So efficient, and Mordo trying to charge it back for the knockout blow, and it's applied. And that is how you get things done. The signal is sent out for the SOS.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink December 2020 as the year is drawing ever so near to an end. If you were hoping to continue hearing the sweet and sensual voices of JPEG and Yeet, well, I got some unfortunate news for you. Me and my partner in crime, the Magic8Ball, for the remainder of this tournament. And Magic, on paper, this winners finals that we're about to bring you might seem like a mismatch. Fluency being the number 16 seed and Raizen being number 2. But if you know anything about Low Ink, the seed doesn't matter at all. It's all about surviving Saturday and advancing to Sunday. And these two teams have been dominating so far in Alpha.
They really have taken out names like SynRG, taking out names like Colossal Bliss. These teams have been taking out everyone who is fortunate enough to survive the Swiss stage yesterday. And these teams have shown that they can do so in commanding fashion. And any good Low Ink team can tell you that as long as you get to day two is where you really kick up the jets, and these two teams have done just that.
And that's something these two teams have been known to do in past Low Inks. Raizen has been in winners finals back in September. Fluency was in this one last month. These two teams, though, have both failed to win winners finals, and neither team has won losers finals. They are combined 0-3 all time in that matchup. So winning this one is going to be critical for both of these teams because the loser is going to have to exercise some demons. And we're opening round one. It looks like Clam Blitz at Albacore Hotel, and we see a ballpoint coming out from the side of Fluency. Is this April 2020? Are we back to the ballpoint meta here?
No, I don't think so. We saw during some tassel sets, I believe one of the players on FT Win broke out the ballpoint a couple of times. It does still have its niche, but those range nerfs really hurt it. While it does have good mobility and can take picks like you saw right there, it's deceptive, but it still isn't the powerhouse it once was. But as you can see, on a map with these greats, having that mobility, having that strafing speed, and having the paint output is very important.
And Kelp's going to have to pop off for their team. You look at the comps. Range usually reigns supreme on this map. A Hydra, a Squeezer, and CDS on the side of Raizen. So Kelp's got their work cut out for them as far as keeping these guys suppressed, as we see one player pushing up into the Fluency bridge. Too Nice trying to shut it down with the help of the Hydra. Can they take down the CDS? They do, and the foil goes down for Raizen as well. So this should open up an opportunity for Fluency to get control of mid, as you see them starting to do just that, gathering up a lot of clams in the process as the Raizen players start to trickle back in. But once again, they do have the range to kind of keep Fluency at bay, but when we see flanks coming out just like this, it's going to come down to, can they shut down all the flanks? And right now the answer is no. It's authentic. It's a very nice pick on the foil.
That was a very nice pick, and using these flanks to divert attention, to get this pressure that they really need when Raizen isn't expecting it, is going to be so important. And I honestly believe the key player in this matchup is going to be Too Nice on that K-Shot, getting a great pick on that foil squeezer there. If Too Nice can get in, can start disrupting those longer range opponents and taking out picks. I mean, I've played with Too Nice before. They can really tear up with that K shot. So they're going to be my player to watch for the remainder of the set, because if they can pop off, they can get in and start moving around, it's going to be over for Raizen.
Raizen did stop the bleeding with only 65 points remaining out of Fluency. Not a bad push, but definitely could have been a lot worse. So Raizen, very lucky to be in the situation that they're in right now as we just crossed the halfway point. Field kind of neutral. Clam somewhat neutral. The junior player going down for Fluency as we see Kato pushing in with bubbles. This is obviously their first attempt at a push. Kato taking down one player with the bubble pop. That was Kelp, the ball point. The K-shot, Too Nice, you just mentioned, going down as well. So here we go. Lead flipping into control of Raizen. The Hydra player getting into a good position before retreating, getting taken down there. And Nori wisely going to back off, jumping out. Will lose those two clams, but it's more important to stay alive and not get wiped when you're doing a push like that. Team Raizen, an experienced team, understands the value of not just how to start a push, but how to end it. And they get a lead right there on a very nice push.
And they didn't give up too much for it. You know, we saw Nori, the junior player, back up just enough to hold their ground, make sure that that Fluency couldn't take back. That just as I say that, it seems like they are taking back the enemy base, swinging this around, and potentially getting enough clams to, yep, there's Kegman, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, with the power clam. And this is looking like it's going to be a really strong push. Another power clam jumping in for Fluency, and this could be the last push of the game if Raizen isn't able to keep these respawns up. They're not able to shut down Fluency. Seems like, no, there are more clams coming in. This really could be it if they get a quick flank off. No, nobody's in position.
It looks like Fluency's push will end there, but damage done. Only 4 points remaining. And look, they still hold on to control of mid, even though Kelp does go down on the ball point, and they're starting to back off a little bit here. But keeping players alive and staying in control of mid, that's going to stop these quick counter pushes that we've seen both teams pull out early in this set. We see the junior popping armor for Fluency, but immediately going down, so that special isn't really going to help them out too much. Fluency is forced to be in this defensive situation right here, and Raizen pushing up just enough, getting the power clam to score in there. They don't have a ton of clams that they need to get lead right here, but they can find a way to get some more picks. The junior player being the last one alive, and they do have enough clams to keep this push going long enough. Someone's going to have to go back to mid and gather up clams. This is going to be the last
There's a power clam.
Raizen has to win this one. They do. Oh, that is the power clam back at spawn. It looks like they're not going to go get it. Now somebody does and jump in. Can they make this throw? They do. Raizen keeps the basket open just long enough to take game one of winners finals and put Fluency in a little bit of a hole early in this set, especially when Fluency had that really big push. And now it just comes back to Fluency thinking, okay, we came so close to KOing them. The fact that we let them hang around came back to bite us in the end.
Yeah, exactly. One of those two pushes that Fluency had gets a couple more points in on the board, and the push that they had would have KO'd, right? So a couple of things got going just right enough for Fluency would have been great. But Raizen really knew how to open up the enemy base. It seemed like they always caught Fluency when they were out of position with those bubbles, with those flanks on the far right side, and they never let up. Especially when we saw Fluency going in making those plays, it seemed like they got their picks before they ended up pushing, and they couldn't really maintain it. But Raizen did a great job of, managing not only the clams but also the squids that were coming at them.
And I think the comps that we're going to see as we switch over to Rainmaker at Art Academy are going to be something we might traditionally see more in the future from these two teams. Hotel's kind of a map where you typically see some teams bring out like their B or C style comps just to kind of fit that map in particular. But this one, Art Academy, a little bit more of a classic map. I think we're going to see some more weapons that both teams are more comfortable with here. But obviously the faster mode like Rainmaker that punishes mistakes so badly. But a good situation here for Fluency. If you weren't comfortable with what you were doing last game, you have an opportunity to bounce back right here as we get ready to go. Rainmaker at Art Academy here at Game 2. And we see Raizen coming back out with a Nautilus and a Vanilla Hydra. Make that a mere Vanilla Heavy, excuse me, coming out from these two teams. And Tetris, it's not a low ink unless we see somebody bust out Tetris at some point.
Indeed. I really like what you mentioned about comfort and making mistakes, because those are two things that really go hand in hand. When you're comfortable on a weapon, you know the nuances, you know exactly where you need to be, and when you're on these comfort picks, on a mode as fast as Rainmaker that punishes these mistakes, it's super important to get picks like Too Nice almost did there as those Rainmakers pushing up onto the platform. We don't see too much control for Fluency, but we do see some picks coming in. Ooh, I think a bomb picked off the Rainmaker right there, ending Fluency's push for now. Wait a minute, Nori going in for a flank, but it seems like they are not going to be able to stop the Rainmaker from getting even further into the enemy base. Raizen finally getting some green on the ground and stopping this push.
Authentic slipping in behind everybody, getting the Rainmaker score from about 52 remaining down to 30. That could pay huge dividends over the course of this 5-minute game. But we talked about comp changes. Kelp on Fluency got 3 picks early in this match with the Vanilla Heavy as opposed to the ballpoint they were using last game. So obviously the comfort pick of going to this, as we see 4 picks already. Kelp in their element now, and it's really starting to show for Fluency, the Nautilus player down. We see a Stingray coming out just to try to clear out the Fluency players from mid as Raizen's trying to get set up to take their first push, but they don't feel comfortable just yet with all of these Fluency bodies still active and all the specials that are ready to come out. So Raizen, well, here we go. 2 players going down, taking the Rainmaker to the left. All 4 players on Raizen, though, and Authentic slips behind them and gets a double. That is a huge 2v4 play.
That's massive, because there were so many players down. Even after they had Fluency had tossed out a bunch of specials, like, they needed to commit to that play, and if Authentic didn't get that right there, this stop would have been probably lead for Raizen, because they had everything going right for them up until that point.
You know, we can't stress enough the emotion that is in this game. Again, this is winners finals. These two teams have been in this stage before and have failed to come away with a win. So when you see a push like that, where Raizen says, hey, this is our opportunity to get some points, and they all collapse on the left instead of watching the flank. But here comes their second opportunity. Nori's just going to go for it. The Stingray is going to shut them down, and only 2 players left alive for Raizen. Fluency will just pick up the Rainmaker with the Tetra, and oh, this is... Okay, there's no Stingray that can take him out there. And honestly, on this map, you can kind of cheese it a little bit if you just stall the Rainmaker up on the side right here. And that's exactly what it looks like they're going to do. So we might just see 2 minutes of some crafty Rainmaker play. But when the other team has the Stingray, I don't really know if you can pull it off just like that. So it's going to be... Oh, but actually...
The Rainmaker stays up there. Yeah.
For them to get to it.
Like, it's going to be almost impossible for Raizen to get up here. I had talked with Ali from Crustacean Commentators about this. Yeah, exactly. Ali's a huge proponent of strats like these and how stupid Rainmaker could be if you get this setup correct. And Fluency was at the ready for this, and they're not going to let anybody come up here. They can just sit here. They can just sit here for the next minute or so. And unfortunately, the Rainmaker gets popped, which is going to reset it back to mid, but they just wasted a minute of the game with Raizen just not having any way to push the Rainmaker.
So Fluency showing they are aware of this arguably broken strat, but here's another window, 2 players going down, and the Stingray is going to be coming out. The bubbles are going to block it a little bit. Stingray do take it out. A counter Stingray coming out from Raizen, and they do have a bit of a situation here. If they can just get paint in front of the Rainmaker, they can make something happen. The Nautilus player popping off, picking up Inkjet. Can they provide the cover? They do! And that is going to be lead for Fluency, or excuse me, lead for Raizen, taking it against Fluency. And now the strategy to waste time is kind of coming back to bite them in the butt here.
Indeed, and I will firmly believe that even with strategies like that, Rainmaker is such a turbulent mode that as long as you're playing well, as long as you can, get back the Rainmaker at some point, you can take this game as far as you want. Stalling strategies are great, but having honest aggression and honest objective play is more important to me on any day of the week. And as this Ray comes out here and stops this push, this is going to be the second game Raizen takes in this winner's final set, going up 2-0 over Fluency on Inkbot Rainmaker.
I understand the strategy of trying to stall it out. The problem is when there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, committing to that kind of turtle defense for Rainmaker for half the game, you're basically playing with fire, because it only takes a bad 5 seconds for everything to go wrong. And Raizen just capitalized off of that one push opportunity that was given to them. So Fluency trying the strategy, I feel like it would have worked if they just waited a little bit longer before busting out, showing their cards, realizing that there was a chance for them to do something there. But typically on Rainmaker, and honestly, if this was a different map, I felt like Fluency would have been aggressive there, even with the lead. I think they just realized on that map in particular they could try to stall it, and ultimately that puts them in this 2-0 hole here as we head to tower control at Wahoo World.
Right, and again, with Fluency, just one more thing not going so wrong, and this game turns out completely differently. But I think that's, like you said, that speaks to the turbulence of Rainmaker. One little mistake and things can come crashing down. And these teams are readying right back up because they want to get back into the action. Not happy with their last loss. Fluency's probably going to be coming out of these gates swinging on Wahoo World Tower Control, which is going to be a map very dependent on things like these rays, like these bubble pushes that we saw from Raizen. No bubbles on Raizen, actually.
We do see remix mirror comps out here. Look at this, Splatling versus Splatling for this set. Very exciting for someone like me in particular, but for all you Charger mains out there, you might be put to sleep by the action you see as Kelp, who did very well in the loss with the heavy Splatling in the previous match, gets to use remix here. Obviously, a pick that they're going to be happy with. Authentic going down early to Tovar, who I remember last time they played in Low used Roller a lot, instead opting to use things like Splatter Shot this time around, as Fluency is now going to get their first push, Nori being annoying on the glass, deciding to back off here. Really, this map comes down to who can clear this first checkpoint first, because it is so difficult to do wide open there in the middle, and Fluency is going to take a stab at doing it first.
And it's all going to be about plat control. That area over on the right of your screen is exactly where they need to get control, and it seems like they're fighting for it now. Some players dropping off, trying to get in front of the tower, stop it, but there's 3 going down on the side of Raizen. Fluency is looking like they got this under control for the most part, and there goes the heavy Splatling getting taken down. No specials at the ready for Raizen to stop this push quite yet, as Fluency is reaching the second checkpoint, and they don't really have many bodies ahead of them. They've got a bunch of specials at the ready as well to keep this push rolling. Let's see if they can get these picks. Unable to find anything right now as they reach the third checkpoint, excuse me. And Raizen seems like they've finally got the bleeding stopped.
So once again, Fluency gets the lead early, and a commanding lead early, but Fluency knows full well they have given up 2 leads so far in this set, so this is something they are not going to be comfortable with until that timer reaches 0. And Raizen already getting control of mid, building up some specials, armor getting popped here. They do have Booyah to work with as well. Inkjet going off here, trying to take down 2 Nice. Along with the Booyah, the Inkjet does get the pick, but 1 player flanks around. It looks like Authentic was able to take out 2, make that 3 players on the back end there. So Authentic keeps making these kind of flanky plays here, and Raizen falls for it almost every time. So Authentic really shut down what could have been an opportunity for Raizen to at least clear.
Right, exactly. I think that Fluency keeping on the aggression is going to be really important for the remainder of the set. If they want to keep these games in their favor, they need to show up with the aggression that we saw from that first push, from the pushes in the first game. And unfortunately 3 going down here, but Kelp is still riding this tower, trying to get some bonus points if he can, and does get 1 little smidgen of a tick up on the score. Which, hey, that could be the difference between a game won and a game lost. So I really like the aggression coming out from Fluency here because they can't let up. They're at their best when they're being aggressive, when they're forcing ticks, and when they're getting bomb kills like that.
About 2 minutes left to go here. A 2 checkpoint lead for Fluency, and it looks like they're about to get a delayed wipe, but guess who's doing another flank and getting a 2-for-1 trade out of it? Authentic. The problem is nobody else is alive for Raizen, so they can't really capitalize off of that nice 2-for-1 trade. Or actually, that was somebody from Raizen who was doing just that. So here we go. The map out is kind of stalled at this point. A lot of players going down, a lot of fights going on in mid, and finally 3 players going down for Fluency. And Authentic popping Inkjet here. I don't really know if they're going to find a way to accomplish a lot with it other than just be a distraction a little bit for their teammates to come back in and actually manages to get a trade. That is pretty huge. It seemed like that Inkjet was dead in the water. So that trade working out really well. However, Raizen is going to take an opportunity to pass this first checkpoint, and they will do just that. 2 players going down, so that looks like the push will be stalled for now, but damage done. Getting past that first checkpoint is going to pay huge dividends over the course of this last minute.
Indeed they are, but getting to that second checkpoint is going to be even more of a challenge as you see Tovar going for the little bit of a flank, getting picked off early. With the 30 seconds left and with Fluency with the potential to set up for a really nice defense, it's going to be so hard for Raizen to break through it once more time and go even further than they did. That second checkpoint could really be make or break as 2 Inkjets flying through the air trying to get each other with those Inkjet shots. Nobody going down quite yet. I believe 2 down on either side. Kaido on this splatter shot, trying to find a couple of picks, getting control of mid. Booyah Bomb coming out so they can secure the tower at the very least. 3 seconds left. Nobody's on tower. Guys, get on tower. Nobody was on.
So there you go.
Loving it.
This time around, Fluency holds on to their lead. It's kind of like a perfect storm, this map and mode combo. They get to use the weapons they actually want to use because they're not at Hotel. They get to use a strategy they actually should be using because they're not at Rainmaker Art Academy, so they don't try any. There's no way they can try to cheese and stall out the tower on this one. So they're basically forced to do what they want to do, which is be aggressive. And it looks like we're going to be heading over to Splat Zones at main stage. If you think we're going to see anybody switch off of the heavy on a map like this where heavy works out so well, you are going to be mistaken.
That was so tragic. But yeah, I agree completely. Fluency has finally found their footing. Like they seemed shaky, like they weren't playing their style. You know, it didn't seem like they were doing what they needed to do to feel comfortable, to feel like they were using their strategies together as a team. And now that we're seeing it, now that we're seeing these flanks coming out with really good precision, with help of the armor, and using things like Booyah Bomb and the Inkjets in tandem to really create a lot of havoc so they can keep these pushes going, I'm going to expect to see Splat Zones with a lot of aggression, because if you can get up into the enemy side of the map, it's so hard to break out on Starfish.
You know, we were kind of talking about the pressure that these two teams are feeling in this moment, and Fluency readying up really quickly before the tower control game. I was kind of nervous about that. I thought, okay,
Right.
they're not really, they're kind of rushing into this and this might backfire against them, but they came out strong in the first minute of that game. But this time around, we see them taking a little bit more time, trying to find the right weapons here, as they do come out with a Splash-O-Matic and a Hydra. Make that the 4th different weapon Kelp has brought out in as many games. And a Ninja Squid Splash-O-Matic from Authentic on the side of Raizen, sticking with the heavy remix is, sticking with the heavy remix is Raizen here. Fluency weapons, the one I was talking about earlier. So we see the junior player for Raizen going down on the flank, but Authentic going down just as well. Zone going initially into the control of Fluency as we see some more flanks coming out. Too Nice dancing alone in the enemy base. That is ill-advised as Raizen takes care of that and might open up a door for them to get control of zone. and they do just that.
In a straight-up paint war, I really prefer Fluency's composition. Like, they can take back the zone very quickly, and especially with these armors getting churned out and the aggression of the bomb rush, they can take up so much space very quickly, especially with that Hydra in the back. So I really like this composition as here comes the armor, here comes the bomb rush from Authentic, and they're chewing away at this lead right now. Specials coming online for Raizen as they're trying to take this back. Too Nice getting pushed into the corner, and nobody was able to keep that zone just yet, just at that moment. But let's see if Raizen can keep blowing through and get the picks that they need to. Looks like they're unable, and 2 going down for Raizen as right back to Fluency's hands is this zone. And Popgun, I really believe that it's going to take a lot more than a wonky booyah that we just saw from Raizen to cap this zone.
Yeah, you know, you said you like Fluency's comp as far as pain is concerned. So far, it looks like they're getting the more picks that they need out of that comp as well. 2 players immediately going down for Raizen. So, yeah, Fluency's kind of in a good situation right here to possibly get this KO. Honestly, Kelp really pushed up with the Hydra there. That's not something you want to see if you're Raizen, but the missiles and Booyah Bomb have to force the Hydra back, and that will give control to Raizen. But yeah, the thing here so far has been a little bit of discombobulation on the side of Raizen. It seems like somebody flanks like Authentic there, who does get a trade, and it just kind of draws too much attention from Raizen away for the rest of the Fluency players to capitalize off of it. But so far, at least in this push, they're doing a better job of dealing with the punches that are being thrown at them.
And now Raizen, 1 going down on the zone, which is really tragic. They shoot through a lot of their timer right then, but Authentic trying to find another pick, and it's looking like it's not going to go. Booyah Bomb coming out for Fluency, and it's looking like not going to be able to capitalize on this zone. No specials online anymore for Fluency, and they've got to make something happen with just pure painting power, and they are able to cap the zone as a couple go down on the side of Raizen. That's what I'm talking about with the painting power of this composition. Is just ridiculous if they get into a painting war, and that's exactly what they did just there. And now they're able to roll through, trying to get some picks, and Raizen is very much depending on these specials to get them back into the game, but when they're getting taken down and they can't use these specials, they're not going to be able to come back into the zone. Armor coming out, and I believe they've got a Booyah on deck. 1 going down on the side of Raizen, and this zone is staying purple. Nori trying to find the cap on the zone, able to find it as 1 going down on either side. They're not in total control just yet as Hagman and Too Nice are still on the zone fighting. Booyah Bomb comes out, and they've got Bubbles on deck. Zone going back into Raizen's favor as the penalty points come out for Fluency. Bubbles coming out, and it's not going to find anyone because of that great armor pop from Fluency. And now their Kelp is on this top gray area, able to find a pick. And there's a flank coming in, trying to take care of this Hydra. Looks like they're not going to be able to find it. Fluency's all the way into the Raizen base, and they're chewing through these penalty points. Authentic, unfortunately, going down to a 2v1, but the Too Nice with the great Booyah Bomb, and this is game 4. This could be a game 5 set if Fluency is able to keep this zone. 20 ticks left on the timer, and it's looking like Raizen's only got 1 special up. 15 ticks left, and they've got the armor. They're trying to go in, return armor on the side of Fluency. Booyah Bomb comes out, but it's going to be too little too late. This zone isn't going to get painted in time. There's a junior there, but no! Fluency is able to take game 4 of Low Ink Winners Finals.
You want to get some water there?
I just might.
Oh, okay, so the one thing I will point out about that win for Fluency, as we see the stat streams start to pull up here, look how Fluency did it. They used 1 suction bomb rush and 3 Booyah bombs. So they used almost no specials to cap the zone. Instead, they used their bodies. They were winning 1v1 fights. They were winning the flanks they were throwing at them. And obviously, they had 12 armors to work with. That helps out as well. But just the mechanical skill of Fluency outplayed Raizen right there. You saw Raizen using their specials to their advantage. But when you can't follow up your special usage with actually getting pure kills,
right,
it's not going to work in your favor. So Fluency here, hey, get your brooms on deck. We might just see a reverse sweep here from these 2 teams. They know how important it is to win winner finals here. These teams, again, are a combined 0-3 in losers finals. They do not want to try to exercise their demons down there. They want to get this win right here. This is such a critical game for the entire tournament. Game 5, Clamplets at Mako Mart.
it's so important to not only use your specials as well in coordination, but to follow up on it. These specials are designed to take up space and to enable players to do well, to force players out of position. And if you're not coordinating with your team to not only use them together, but also capitalize on top of them, as we saw Raizen wasn't able to do, then it's just not worth it. And like you said, there weren't too many bomb rushers or Booyah bombs on the side of Fluency. I mean, they just used the armor because they knew in their heart of hearts that they could take down the players on Raizen in these close quarters 2v1s and 2v2s, as well as utilizing that armor to just ensure that they won those fights.
Yeah, Magic, I think we literally saw these map sets in testing ground, because I remember a game one you and me did was Clam Blitz at Hotel, and we were talking about how far those baskets are. And now Mako Mart, Clam Blitz. Well, I bring it up because just how different Mako Mart is from Albacore Hotel, just how close the two baskets are together. We didn't see either team overexert themselves in pushes in game one, but now that we've gone through a whole set, I think we might see a little bit more emotional based plays instead of logical ones. Mm-hmm. And that might come down to who's more mentally prepared to win this, to play out this whole 5 minutes, as we see Nori coming out with Tri-Slosher, a really good weapon for this map and mode. Kato sticking with the squeezer. Those bubbles were really effective. Inkjet as well for Raizen K-Shot. A pretty standard comp coming out from Fluency, but this is obviously what they're comfortable with. This is the weapons they want to use. So a good situation here for Fluency as far as what their comp wants to look like and what it actually is.
And I think that composition is a great tell of mental fortitude. When I'm, as a flex player, you know that you need to pick the right weapon. And if that's going on in your head, then you're not confident in your skills, you're not confident in your plays, and you're trying to find a crutch to use. As Nori goes down on that Tri-Slosher, it's really the one I'm focusing on, is this basket finally gets opened up for Fluency, but it's looking like there's a lot of blue on the enemy side of the map. They're not going to be able to capitalize on it. And Nori abandoning this junior, I think, is really telltale of how they're feeling and how the pressure is on them as they lost the last 2 games.
Yes, and you don't want to come into Game 5 with a 2-game losing streak and the other team having all of the momentum. However, Fluency, who only got 20 points off of their first push, basically opened the basket, are in a situation here where they make that 3 players just going down for Raizen. So Fluency's going to just walk in and pop the basket again and have some special to distract long enough to where they can add to their lead here, getting underneath 40 points, 2 players going down. Nori cleaning up here. You do not want to get wiped if you're Fluency, but Authentic doesn't even know how to get killed. How are they staying alive? And they're keeping the basket open even longer. What a push by Fluency, and they do lose some players on the back end there, which will give control to Raizen as far as middle is concerned. And obviously not a lead you feel comfortable with as long as there's still time on the clock. Fluency knows how this set has been going, but damage done there in the first 2 minutes. But however, Raizen has a ton of firepower to work with. A lot of specials, 32 clams online. Can they find a way to get a pick or 2? Authentic going down. Booyah Bomb getting popped. The bubbles are at the ready. This could be a deadly push. A deadly response by Raizen.
The third coming in with these bubbles, but unfortunately, can we get taken down? Raizen was playing so well together. Wait a minute! Tomar! Can he get the last clam in? Is he able to go in now? Oh, okay. Not able to take the lead with a great way to keep the pressure on with that last power clam. I would have liked to see Raizen play more together just on that last push there, but they were doing so well with getting those picks in mid, with playing together, staying together, and making sure they don't get isolated and use these specials in tandem. I really like to see that from Raizen. I think this is going to be a crazy set as we go to the last 2 minutes. Nori getting taken down. It's looking like Fluency is mounting a push. They've got the power clam at the ready. Too Nice is near the basket with Authentic, able to get another power clam, and this could be the game-winning push. But unfortunately, Kelp going down on the other side of the map, and so does, I believe it was Authentic. And all of a sudden, there's a lot of momentum on the favor of Raizen. Raizen looks like they flipped a switch in these last couple of minutes, and Ink Armor and Inkjet coming online. This could be Raizen's game.
yes, that push they pulled right there, it eliminated a little bit of penalty points, which is fine, but ultimately just gave Raizen a penalty clam to work with. It gave them control of mid, and they sacrificed too much for nothing in return. This might open up the door for Raizen. Look, they have literally all the resources they need. Taking down the foil squeezer before all the bubbles can come out is huge, though, for Fluency. Authentic trying to get a flank coming around here as the map pans out to the other base for some reason. 2 players going down, so Fluency holding strong there and stopped what could have been not just the lead, but a KO. They had a lot of resources to work with. But Fluency now slowing things back down here in the final 30 seconds, getting back control of mid, starting to soak up some of these clams. And the question is, are they going to keep the foot on the gas pedal, or are they just going to try to turtle up for the past 40 seconds?
I want to see them get on the gas pedal. This is going to be a matter of willpower. Really, that's what it's feeling like right now, as both of these teams are getting so close to sealing the deal. Nori coming in with that tri-slosher, and 2 great picks. There's jumps coming in. I believe that's a power claim, and this is going to be the start of a push. Bubbles coming out for Raizen. This looks like it could be their lead, and it is! 20 seconds left in the match, and they're getting so many points on this board. 3 going down for the side of Raizen. Make that a wipe, but are they going to... Fluency going to have the resources and the clams to bring this back? It's looking like Raizen's already in mid as we go into overtime.
It looks like they do have the resources. Getting wiped there could be huge. This is a nice response, though, by Raizen. They have all their players back, but they give up control of mid, and 2 players go down before they can throw their power clams. I don't know what took them out there. Kelp sliding in. This is going to pop in. Authentic was the last player left alive. Must have got a power clam in there. What a game 5, and Fluency, by the skin of their teeth, will advance to grand finals. What a set by these 2 teams. Welcome to Low Inc.
Wow. Out your brooms. That was a fantastic reverse sweep from Fluency. I think that the team was so focused, Raizen was so focused on the power clams that were sitting at their doorstep that Authentic was able to get a couple of clams right at the last minute and form a clam going to the top left and throwing it in just as Kelp is able to throw in that last clam. That was insanity.
Oh, and again... You go back, Raizen had to sell out. They had to throw everybody at the basket to get the lead there. I understand that, but getting wiped ultimately did them in. It gave control of mid to Fluency, and it literally gave them just enough for them to come back and take the lead right back. But, I mean, you can't blame Raizen. Obviously, they had to sell out on that push to get the lead right there, but ultimately came back to haunt them in the end there. So Fluency moving on to grand finals, their first appearance. Raizen will now have their 3rd straight. Actually, every time Raizen has signed up, they have finished in the losers final. So they're going to have to overcome some demons later on in this bracket if they want to take another shot at Fluency to try to bring home the gold instead of the bronze medal this time around. I don't know if we're going to take a break or not, or if we're just going to go ahead and hop right on into this next set. We are going to peek into losers finals, or not losers finals, losers semifinals at some point. This is going to be Squid Row, the team that came into this came into Sunday undefeated 6-0. That doesn't answer my question. It wasn't a may or no question. Taking on inkigo-Go. Okay, we are going to be moving on. Who needs a break after that? Well, that sounds good to me. So it looks like we're just going to take some time to wait for these guys to ready up and go in here. But that again, what a set! That was crazy. It was such a good set. Wow.
I have to do my man here like this. My good friend, and he will not be named, but he always tells me, like, watching lower level Splatoon is not as fascinating, not as interesting. It's not as entertaining because, they might make some mistakes that higher level players may not. It might not be as clean, but these plays are still great. These plays are still full of emotion and willpower and overcoming obstacles and stories that are so fun to witness and bring people together. And I love the lower level tournaments for that. I love low ink and everything that IPL is doing here. And these sets are just fantastic to watch for that reason.
I mean, you hit on the emotion, and that's something. If you're just watching this at home and you're like, well, of course it's just a Splatoon game. This is across both games or both days. This is probably hour 8 that these teams are getting into, and these teams like Fluency and Raizen, they're mainstay, or they're kind of like blue bloods in this low ink. They've been in these situations several times. The pressure starts to build up over time. The deeper you go into Sunday, the harder your fast beat, your heart starts to beat. The more it kind of sinks into your mind of like, oh, we're so close. There's I don't know, I don't watch the stream while I'm commentating, but we typically get about 200 plus people watching grand finals. So all that's in your mind as you're playing, and the clout that kind of comes with winning a tournament like low ink. So that when you factor in all of that, then it's just not you. That's why each splat is so big. And each push is so big, just because they're dealing with that mindset as well.
Exactly. Like, it's, even though it might not be the peak of Splatoon gameplay, it still carries a lot of weight, because winning a low ink means that you've overcome, you've moved on, you've grown to the point where you are able to say, hey, I've made it. And that's so important to these players.
It's definitely important to Squid Row and inkigo-Go, as we are just now going to get set up with that. This is losers semifinals, the best of 3 this time around. Winner will get to take on a very angry Raizen team, who is probably looking to take their frustration out on whoever wins this set. But for Squid Row, they came in as the #1 seed, undefeated on Saturday, lost to Fluency in round 1, and it has just been tearing the butt through losers bracket ever since then. inkigo-Go, the number 11 seed, again, that doesn't really matter up to this point, have won 1, 2, 3 straight games, or 3 straight matches in losers bracket as well. So both teams coming in with
first round as well.
They beat somebody in the first round. Yeah. No. They lost to the Reindeer pickup team. Yes.
So both of these teams are coming in
something's Rainmaker
from
Black
the
Belly.
first round of losers into Rainmaker Black Belly, and these teams have got to be feeling the heat as we start the game on Rainmaker Black Belly, a map that is notorious for having such turbulent and crazy games, and Popgun, especially when you see such close quarters games. What do you think is going on through these players' heads as we start to this push?
For inkigo-Go, they're just thinking that we need to go right now before Blank gets that Stingray and shuts this whole push down. They're so close to it, and it's going to be popped out right now, and it will stop the push, but 36 points remaining. That is a huge... actually, that's not a huge lead on this map and mode in particular, but not a bad opening push for inkigo-Go, and more so a good defense by Squid Row to keep that from being even worse. We see the Kinsa Mini, the Kenny Splatling being popped out here. Hammer being a very popular special used on this map and mode. In particular, I guess you typically see it from Splooshes, but the Mini can get the job done just as well, especially with that toxic misses. We're seeing Inkjet trying to take down the Rainmaker, won't do just that. Blank, I believe that is Blanket, actually, getting taken down there. So mode kind of stalled out here, but inkigo-Go holding on to a good lead here in the first minute, 30 seconds.
But of course, as everyone knows, any lead on Black Belly is not safe. This map can go from 0 to 100 real quick, and these teams know that. And we see inkigo-Go keeping on the aggression, trying to get this pick on this inkjet, and able to find it. Squid Row with that hammer popped, 2 going down on the side of inkigo-Go, and it's looking like they're going to start them out to push this heavy splatling on this T area, trying to find the Rainmaker, does, and now the Booyah Bomb gets popped, and it's looking like inkigo-Go is finally going to swing this one back around, stopping the push and getting a few bonus picks for themselves.
Yeah, the remix player on inkigo-Go currently top fragging right now, and that's mainly because Splatlings do not fear hammers at all. So if the remix player obviously is going to be, whenever they're live, that hammer is not going to be able to accomplish a whole heck of a lot. And here comes another push here, this time doing some damaging points onto the board. And even though inkigo-Go managed to take down Blanket with the C-Jet before they could fire off that Ray, the push does get stopped here, but not before a ton of points light up the scoreboard. It might not be over. Somebody's sneaking around behind that. I believe that was Kakarot, who scores even more points. Just 6 remaining. So question mark. That is the official end of the push. It looks like it. They've forced inkigo-Go back to mid, but Squid Row. Clock is kind of running out here for the Cinderella team, as they only now have about a minute 40 left. But like you said, Magic, the score can flip very quickly on this map and mode. But 6 points remaining, that's a lead you can feel at least somewhat comfortable with if you're inkigo-Go.
Oh, for sure. It means that they're going to have to knock it out, essentially. And Squid Row has not shown that they have the capability to do that quite yet. They do have some specials going on right now, Blanket picking up the Rainmaker, but it just seems like the defense from inkigo-Go is very, very strong at this point, and getting that knockout seems nigh impossible. And especially you were really right on that point. Splatlings love hammers, especially in this best of 3 set. This game, going one way or the other, is going to be so important for both teams because they're not going to have as many second chances. If they lose this game, they've got to win the next 2, or else they're not going to losers finals.
One player going down for each side, but Squid Row does have the current man advantage as one player is spawning back in. But just as I say that, someone dies in mid. I guess it is worth noting there is no Stingray for inkigo-Gos, which is fine. You don't need it as long as everybody else does their jobs correctly. And so far, we're seeing just that from inkigo-Go. No Stingray necessary to shut down these pushes because Squid Row, quite honestly, can't even get a push going. In fact, they haven't really legitly gotten one off in the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Poor Eddie trying to make a hero play here with the inkjet gets taken down by the Nautilus, and we see a defensive an offensive Stingray coming out. Just kind of a desperation by Squid Row trying to create room for something to happen. The hammer finally starting to take control of something, getting revenge on that remix that has been haunting this team all to this point. And winning another 1v1 there before the trade coming down here. And Blanket with the Rainmaker kind of stuck in an awkward situation. They don't have enough players to push with, and they're just kind of stalling out here. But lo and behold, an inkjet pops out from the side, and one shot, one direct. inkigo-Gos basically dominated that game from start to finish. And get a very nice win here as we go into game 2 of, once again, this best of 5 set, or best of 3 set, excuse me.
This is looking like Squid Row does not have the mental fortitude right now. I mean, they've played in 5 sets leading up to this, as well as being stressed by 2 of those sets in the losers going 1 and 2. So I'm sure that Squid Row has got to be feeling the heat, and it looked like they were just not playing to their strengths during the set.
Yeah, Squid Row coming into this one with 8 wins and only 1 loss in losers bracket. So yeah, this is one of the few times they're going to be facing adversity today since they lost in the first round. inkigo-Gos, they took on team schedule, beat them 2-1. Unknown Squids beat them 2-1. So inkigo-Go is a little bit more battle tested. So being in this situation where they've won the first game, but now Rainmaker's out of the way. We got a slower mode like tower control at Mako Mart. But if you're Squid Row, you're gonna think we gotta do something about that remix, because if they feasted on us in Rainmaker, that remix is going to have a field day here at Tower Control.
And they really will, especially if it's the same kind of plays that we saw from earlier, where the Splatling just has that strong stranglehold on one position that they're just not going to let go for the entirety of the game. I expect to see that here, unless they find some specials and some movement to take down that strong turret-like position. As the Inkjet comes out here and some specials going online, 2 going down on the side of Squidrow. Make that 3 with a great shot from Lackey, I believe that is. And this Nautilus here is going to be a key point to getting control of this tower as... Oh, that's a bomb kill.
You know, if you watched High Ink, you probably saw a lot of really high-caliber Gluga play. And one of the best Gluga players that you probably haven't heard of is on the side of Squid Row. Their name is Poor Eddie in this one. I can't think of what their actual name is, but I hope it's not that. But the Squid Row team is kind of known for having a cracked Gluga player, as we see them getting a pick right there. They didn't use Glugas in the last game. It might come down to, can Poor Eddie, whoever Eddie is, you need to start popping off for them, and that might be the key for Squid Row winning this match.
Especially with something as volatile as the Inkjet, and with the range that the Glugas have. Glugas have seen a bit of a resurgence in recent times with players like Dylan. Unfortunately, the Glugas player going down there, showing what they can be made of. Unfortunately, it's not going to be helping out this team, as inkigo-Go is taking down the members of Squid Row pretty handedly. It's looking like this push is going to mount once more, and Gluga's able to find a pick on that tower, showing what they're made of, and they have a lot of potential with that Inkjet, especially. They have a lot of firepower.
Yeah, taking down that player that was on the tower for inkigo-Go's was a nice play there by Poor Eddie that stalled a push. Not that inkigo-Go seemed to be in position; they didn't have enough players around the tower to kind of roll with it. So at least shutting down the push and slowing it down initially is a nice play there for Squid Row, as Poor Eddie starting to move up there, taking down Kakarot, popping this Inkjet. This could be a huge play right here, taking down the Nautilus player that has been popping off so far. He's got a triple! Okay, whoever Eddie is probably smiling right now, as the first checkpoint is crossed by Squid Row, giving them lead, and something they can feel a little bit comfortable with, especially if they get past the second checkpoint. We see Blanket backing off, probably going to fire the Stingray, and they do just that, keeping players away from tower, but there's nobody near tower to ride it for Squid Row, and in fact, it looks like they will get wiped here as Suge Daddy, who I believe is Suge Knight, goes down, but the damage done, first checkpoint falls, and it took a while for something to actually happen in this game, and Poor Eddie's Inkjet was the thing that sparked this entire game.
That was a fantastic push, but unfortunately they've got an Inkjet of their own on the side of inkigo-Go's, trying to fire off some shots, not going to find anything quite yet. Blank trying to steal the tower push, trying to let them not get to that checkpoint quite yet, but going to get stowed away by that Booyah. There's one trying to chase Blank here. Blank going crazy, jumping around, finding that pick, and it's looking like 3 going down on the side of inkigo-Go's. They just don't have quite the pressure that they needed to really seal that push, and now Squid Row's gonna be painting up for specials and try and make this push one last time. Unfortunately, player going down. That was some great stuff, Popgun, in terms of the play that we saw from Blank. As a Splatling player yourself, what do you have to say?
Well, it's you know, it's all about just holding on to your position and dealing with all of the pressure that gets kind of flung at you. Blanket obviously doing just a good enough job, and they're going to need to step up right here as Kakarot fires these missiles. That's going to discombobulate everyone just enough to keep them away from tower. Can this Inkjet pick off whoever's riding? Yes! The answer is yes. 2 players going down, and that's going to hold on to lead, at least for now, as we see the mini player pushing way up before getting taken down by Kakarot on the Vanilla Hero Slosher. But Poor Eddie, who else but Poor Eddie, getting a huge pick right there, and this kind of stalls things back out. You would typically say this is a tied game, but with only 15 seconds right now, Squid Row's going to feel comfortable with this 5-point lead, even though there's no checkpoints holding on to save it. It looks like Blanket's just going to go back and build up for that Stingray. Missile's getting fired right now. The Inzap going to be taken down, and it doesn't seem like anybody is near tower. I say that before 2 players go down, but it's not going to be enough to keep the push going. Squid Row survives and forces a decisive game 3 against inkigo-Gos. What a play there by Squid Row. It seemed like inkigo-Go Magic had their opportunities to, after they cleared that first checkpoint, to just get those last 6 points they needed, but Squid Row stepped up exactly when they needed to each time.
And this looks like a completely different team from game 1. If I'm being honest, they look like they decided to say, hey, we want that rematch against Fluency. This is our tournament, and we know we can take it back. And they woke up, they started making a lot of very clean picks, and they are able to force this game 3 in Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones, which is a map that is great for Splatling players, which we see on both sides, but it's going to be interesting to see how these compositions shake out, especially with a Glugos player.
Yeah, I can't. They used some inkjet weapon in the first game, but it definitely wasn't Glugos. But that is clearly that's the weapon they're kind of known for here. And I think in a game like this, a do or die situation. Again, both teams have been in this situation in losers bracket today, so they've dealt with this pressure. You want to beat the team obviously coming into this final game with momentum, which Squid Row has. But as we just kind of wait for players to ready up here, it's just a question of, do you go with a weapon you think is the smart pick for this map, whatever those teams think it is, or are they going to stick to those comfort picks? Me personally, Magic, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down with my best weapon.
Agreed, for sure. Especially, we see the Glugos there, and a map on Skipper. I know that some players have opted to do a Fizzy Bomb centric strategy, so something like the K Glugos there could be very useful, especially since the way that the zone is sloped and how the shape of it is very narrow but long. It's really nice for those Fizzy Bombs if they decide to use a Fizzy Spam strategy, especially if they could have 2 players up in the top mid, protecting the Glugos who are just going to be chucking out Fizzies and keeping that zone and popping armors. It could be very nice. But it's all going to depend on how exactly they decide to go about it. Are they going to have that Splatling player up there with them? Are they going to have some offensive player who's just quickly taking down players, getting picks? It's going to depend on exactly what they decide to go for.
And they are going to get a little bit of extra time to figure out what they want to do with that. We have some technical issues, not particularly on our side, but just in the set in general that we're trying to clear up real quick. And while we're waiting for that to happen, let's give you a little Popgun and Magic tournament update as we look into the beta and gamma brackets.
Yeah.
In winners finals are over, which I believe is a pickup team knocked off Xylo 3-2 in what is probably another epic winners finals and beta bracket. Xylo currently playing Rolling Raccoons down 0-1 in losers finals. The winner will take on finals are over. A pickup team won beta bracket last month, so we might see a repeat of that this time around. Let's sneak into the gamma bracket. Day Old Sushi, the oldest team that you love in the Splatoon community.
Popgun,
What?
I think finals are over is actually, it looks like the classic Triton squad. It's got Mofugami, Fizzy, and yeah,
the San Diego team.
Yeah, UC San Diego.
Okay.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah. The consistent namesake, you gotta love it. Especially here in Rolling. In Gamma Bracket, Day Old Sushi knocked off Labyrinth X 3-1 in the winners finals. Day Old Sushi is going to have to wait patiently between the match of Splat Force and Labyrinth X. That is the losers side finals. Splat Force currently down 0-1 to Lab X there. Splat Force having a heck of a tournament here, knocking off some teams that they've been kind of struggling with so far in this tournament. But Day Old Sushi is either going to have a rematch against Splat Force, who they beat 3-2, or Lab X, who they beat 3-1. So Gamma Bracket, some high quality action going on down there as things are okay. I believe this was the issue. We were having the names. We were confused about who these Squid Row players are, and they just had the wrong name. So now we're gonna find out who they actually are. For Eddie, I believe was Paps.
Yeah.
So and Sugar Daddy was Shug and Blank and all that. So just a little grammatical issue that is now being cleared up, and we are going ahead to get ready, heading into Skipper Pavilion Splat Zones once again. Game 5.
3.
Game 3. Decisive Game 3 that has a Game 5 feel to it.
It does. And this is going to end the tournament run of one of these two teams who have been fighting through losers, which is heartbreaking always, especially when you've come so far. But this should be interesting. I really don't know which my favorite team is going to be. Inkigo-Go seemed like they had Rainmaker totally under wraps, and then Squid Row came out with that explosive gameplay in Game 2. It's going to be interesting.
It is interesting to think whoever wins this will be 5-0 in the losers bracket, heading into losers finals against a team that just lost their first set of the day. So momentum is going to be huge here for whatever team can find a way to pull off this very critical. One more, probably just taking that last time to make sure they got their comps just right. And we are going to go ahead and get started. Finally, Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion. Winner moves on to losers finals. Loser gets to start their Sunday festivities off early.
Well, let's see if they want these festivities more, or if they want to see the celebration of a bronze medal. We see Paps back on those dualies, trying to use that inkjet and the ink mines probably in the zone to keep it painted and to keep people away from it, which I really like. But we do see a Soda Slosher coming out on the side of Inkigo-Go's, which should be put on a lot of pressure, especially with this verticality. One going down on either side. It looks like there was a trade up top. Inkjet coming out on the side of Inkigo-Go's, getting backed away from the zone. But it's looking like the heavy is going to come in and help out whoever was shooting at that inkjet, able to take out the Nautilus, and this is going to be 60 points already for Squid Row. One going down on the other side, these trades coming out. Blank able to find a nice pick onto that heavy splatling, and this could be a very quick game. 40 ticks left, and Squid Row looking like total control. Wait.
And Kakarot sharking behind there must have been one tiny patch of green ink that Kakarot was in, and Blanket just walked right over him, and it's going to cost that shark right there might be just the spark Inkigo-Go's need to get back control of this lead. Two players going down. A Booyah Bomb stuck in an awkward spot, though. Could be the difference right here. They had to throw it, wait a little bit. Okay, they do cap zone, but yeah, that wall there kind of blocking the Booyah Bomb just long enough for a few more points to tick onto the board of Squid Row as they do recap the zone. Paps going down to Kakarot. Again, how was Kakarot able to just kind of sit there and escape all of the eyes of Squid Row? Is very impressive. Does go down right there, but once again, another situation. Now they're not going to have a player to shark and sneak away from. How is Inkigo-Go's going to come back here this time and break the lockout for a second time?
They're going to need these specials coming online as that inkjet, and here comes the Booyah Bomb, and especially with plays like Coco just made, this is going to be really clean if they can just find a couple more kills. Paps able to find a trade, and now Squid Row is going to try and find their way back to the zone. They've got another player taken down, and some specials coming out. It's looking like that green zone was short-lived as the inkifarer gets popped on the side of Inkigo-Go's. If they can make plays like Coco just did up at the top of the map when they're in like disadvantaged situations, but Paps trying to dodge around, this zone is finally green once again. They just need to find these picks. They need to find Squid Row slipping.
And you know they've The reason they're still in this game at all is because they did find Squid Row slipping just barely 1 to 2 times, as Squid Row learns from their mistakes right there, making sure they get every single patch of green ink taking down Kakarot, who's once again just trying to find that little sliver to hide in. The remix player, I believe that is Lalo, staying alive at the bottom of the map for inkigo-Gos, and 2 players go down, including Paps, the Gloogas player, who seems to be having a hard time getting stuff going. inkigo-Gos doing a good job of containing the Gloogas up to this point as they have finally chewed through all of their penalty points and are now starting to do some permanent damage on top of having some armor to work with as well.
But there's armor on both sides as the inkjet comes out. The penalty points are finally being chewed through, and this Booyah Bomb is going to try and get the zone painted. Nautilus player going down, 2 going down on the side of inkigo-Gos. Specials come live and soon able to paint up the zone quite nicely. And now Squid Row is going to try and fight their way for this bottom area. I want to see the Gloogas playing here because they have so much more room to work around with. If Paps is caught up top, which they do one more time as Zug and Paps go down, and another player gets found out, and this Heavy's just kind of stuck around this pillow, they're going to get taken out as well, most likely. Wait, Blank is able to back up at the very least, but it's looking like inkigo-Gos is able to take control of this map right now. Blank trying to get away from Kakarot using the Booyah Bomb, and now his friends are with him. They've got Ink Armor, they've got the Inkjet. There's not a lot of time left as we're in the last minute of this match, and Paps goes down once again.
Here we go, last minute here, 50 seconds. The remix player for Squid Row going down as well, so it looks like inkigo-Go will be able to find a way to hold on to the zone. Will it be enough to get lead? What a play there, taking down the junior that would have done a lot of damage as far as putting paint down, and another pick, this time coming out from Squid Row. The missiles should force the inkigo-Go players out of zone, and actually takes out 2 players with missiles. That is huge. Make that a delay. What a defense there by Squid Row. It looked like for sure inkigo-Gos was going to get that one. Now with 20 seconds left, do they have enough time to build up specials? I don't know. It looks like they are going to try to get a Booyah Bomb at least, but the Nautilus players goes down. They're just going to have to find a way to get picked. Make that 2 players going down. Squid Row, yes, that is going to do it. Unless some miracle play comes out here from Coco, which won't be enough. Squid Row survives. And we see, well, I guess technically a bracket or a reverse sweep there in a best of 3, but Squid Row surviving, winning it for Eddie, and they will be going on to losers finals.
That's a lot of mental fortitude coming out from Squid Row. They were down 1 game, they came back in tower control. They were down looking like they were going to lose the lead in this zones match, and they bring it right back. Impressive stuff, and I really applaud that mini player for having that heads-up play, using those missiles, which what looked like was a pretty dangerous situation, and it got exactly what they needed done, to, for sure, ending it, taking out those players on inkigo-Gos. Fantastic stuff.
A great effort by inkigo-Go there, and a very exciting. Before we bring you guys more action of losers finals, we're going to take a short break and gear up for what's going to be a very exciting matchup between Squid Row and Raizen. You are watching Low Ink on IPL. Stay tuned.
Fluency and two members going down. The specials are coming out. Squid Row is going to try to make this last hurrah push, but they get shut down in street. There's still one more clam. They're doing all they can here. This is the fight. They got one in. They did it! Oh my goodness. Just really big here, and they're now extending their lead. Look at this pressure that Fluency is adding. They're together, they're bombing and painting over the ledges, but it looks like Squid Row's come back over. And
Oh, the splashdown! Oh, the K machine!
He's at the right time. Drift getting the opportunity. One player going down, but bubbles are coming out. Are they going to pop the bubbles? They do, and it gets off 2 players. The Rainmaker is the last one. He's not going to survive that. What a play. The Forge Pro. Metro player splash downs and a double splash down. The Rainmaker does go down, but the Splatling is the last player left alive. Inkly number 4 saving the game by taking down Kami on the Tetris, but a pretty damaging score. Oh, this push might not actually be over yet. As you
And welcome back to Low Ink December 2020 as we are about to bring you Losers Finals Squid Row taking on Raizen. If you know anything about Low Ink, you know that seeding means absolutely nothing, because here's the situation right now. The number 1 and number 2 seed are facing off in Losers Finals, where the winner will get to take on the number 16 seed in Grand Finals. If this seems backwards to you, well, that's just how Low Ink works. There's so much parity, there's so much... teams are just so close and even with each other that the winner of whoever between these two teams could very easily take down Fluency as they wait to see who wins this best of 5 Losers Final set.
And like the winner set, we're going to be starting off on Clam Blitz Humpback Pump Track, which is going to be a very intense game mode, with some very precise maneuvers to try and make sure they get these clams in without any instigation from these Splatling players that we see on both sides. Some very strong Splatling players from Raizen and Squid Row.
If Low Ink has been known for Tetris up to this point, this is the month of Splatling. So many Splatling teams coming out on both sides. Or since you and me have been commentating, at least, so much action on that front. As we see Raizen now. The question for Raizen is, what did they do during their break? Did they kind of regroup? Did they kind of recuperate? Or do they just kind of waste their time doing League or solo queue and getting more frustrated? We'll see as this first game comes out here. It's typically the team that is coming in with the momentum that wins these things in Low Ink, and that is exactly what Squid Row is doing right now in this first second. Caps kind of riding, hugging that wall there, staying alive so that they can throw in some more clams, and Squid Row trying to find an opportunity to slip in even more. They aren't going to do just that, so the first push goes into their favor. Not a whole lot of points, but still statement made in the first minute.
Indeed, and it was a pretty clean push. You know, they got in, they got out. You know, it wasn't too much, and as we see Blanket able to recuperate and fire right back into mid, getting control of this zone area and getting a pick just to boot. And it seems like Squid Row's got the reins of this game so far, as we see the bubbles try and come out on the side of Raizen, able to take out Blanket, and Nori trying to follow up on it. These bubbles getting shredded right now. Armor coming out on the side of Squid Row. Specials trying to scrap away in mid as these one-off picks keep coming out with no clams or control of mid to back it up.
Yeah, it looks like we saw Shook there trying to kind of force something, and it didn't really work out for Squid Row. But however, they are following up with a few picks, so maybe that was the distraction they need to at least get control of mid. You know, the squeezer player on Raizen, as we see the Mini kind of pushing up into the base here, has been making some key plays with the bubbles, at least in the Fluency set. And the bubbles that they have popped off so far did allow Raizen, at least earlier, to get control of mid, but now they're going to have to be used in a defensive way if they want to stop the bleeding here that Squid Row is trying to put on them right here. You see Shook trying to make a move on the elbow as the basket closes up. Squid Row seeing no opportunity and wisely backs off, keeping all their players alive and in control of mid here as they try to set up a defense that Raizen is going to try to throw at them.
You know, Raizen did a good job of defending without needing to waste too much right there. You know, they didn't waste too many specials. Now they've got these specials to use, trying to control mid. Nori trying to swim away from those two players shooting at them, trying to get control of this mid area. But even though they had these specials online, it seems like they're really just not able to convert. They're not finding these clean picks that convert into map control. So unfortunately, even though they seem like they've got their ducks in a row, they're just not able to cross the road.
Oh, consider the ducks almost lined up right now as two players go down for Squid Row, but no clams. You see, I believe that is Augie. I could be wrong right there. Picking up, it looks like the power or the Mercy clan, but the Inkjet from Paps, hello, taking down the player who thought they were safe all the way back there, but an Inkjet popping off. It will keep the Rainmaker, or it will keep the Clan Blitz in control of Raizen. They keep it from expiring, but it did at least stall a push and an opportunity for Raizen to get control of mid. Look how purple mid is right now. However, we do see Raizen trying to make moves to capture it.
We have seen Raizen in the past only need one push to really seal the deal, but unfortunately they're all getting taken down. Sug with some great plays and able to take down that power clam. So now it's just going to be left, Raizen left with nothing, as this game could potentially be done. Unfortunately, two going down, but the mini player makes a great play. Raizen standing with only two members left alive in mid as the last minute counts down. Oh, buddy, you gotta check for bombs there. Unfortunate getting taken down, and it's just the same song and dance. It seems like they finally get their stuff together, and unfortunately just one bomb pick, one stray shark from Paps, and Raizen is unable to find the control that they need, as there's only 20 seconds left and not as many clams as they need. They pop armor, they pop the Inkjet, but is it going to be enough?
They're going to need to do a very slow, long, drawn-out push, as they don't really have enough clams, and honestly the score is just a little too big, but Paps getting a nice pick there. The Remix player going down as well, as Sug will just stall the basket out. And can the Mini put this game away in overtime? They don't have any clams, but for some reason they refuse to die. They finally go down there, but there's not going to be a lot of overtime seconds left on the clock here. They're going to have to go right now, and it looks like they are going to do just that. There might be a flank coming from Sook to stop this. They don't. So the basket does get popped, and a few players are down. Each kill here that Squid Row makes is huge, and here comes already past 50, already down to 40, but not a lot of players left alive. But three players go down, and that is going to keep this basket going a little bit longer. They do have a power claim, but they finally want to get that power claim, and they're going to win this game. The basket takes over. They have to get the game. Are you kidding me? Wow. In 5 minutes and 30 seconds, Squid Row looked like the better team there, and then Raizen flipped the switch. What a push! 0 to 100 real quick.
The bubbles from Kato taking down those few players right at the end. What? That's really all it took? How did they come up with all those clams? I know the clam spawns in Humpback are ridiculously generous, but that was just crazy. That was crazy.
I can't believe that. That's such a momentum. That's such a heartbreaking loss for Squid Row. Won that game.
They did.
They straight up won that game. And Raizen, they didn't steal that, but they just played better for the past for like 20 seconds there, and it was good enough to get the win. One push, 100 points.
As far as I'm concerned,
100 points.
Ryzen is just a crew of bandits at this point. They really just ran away. They took it and they ran away with it, and they didn't give it back.
Squid Row's already readied up. I don't agree with that. When you lose the game, you did just like that. you don't want to rush into this next game. Raizen is going to do them a favor. They're probably trying to calm themselves down in BC right now over what they just did. So they might need the mental break. But, I mean, strike while the iron is hot. Obviously, we talk about the emotions going into this one. I think we're going to see some angry play in the first minute here of tower control. We might see a white come out from either side just because of what happened in that last game, how that ended. It does carry over throughout the course of the set.
They're going to be at each other's throats for sure. Like, even the people in the chat right now are screaming, wanting the playback, wanting redemption for what Squid Row deserves at this point. That was beyond bonkers, and they're going to be at each other's throats in this game, especially with a map mode as grueling as Mantabrio Tower Control, where picks can go back and forth, and the checkpoints are so hard to get through. This is going to be a bloodbath.
We see the foil squeezer coming back out, this time for tower control. Paps from Squid Row sticking to those vanilla gloogies. That has been working out in their favor so well. So no surprise as the comps come out here. But the question is going to be, who's going to try to get that early pick? It looks like Squid Row is slowing down. They are playing a little bit more controlled. They're not trying to take any aggression out there. They've realized one player is by themselves for Raizen on the left flat, but Blanket goes down while they're trying to get this push here. Even though Blanket is down, they're going to try to ride the tower. That's interesting decision there, but it looks like Raizen won't punish them for that over-aggression. Instead, Shug stays alive and takes down Tovar before going down to the bubbles themselves.
And Raizen here is playing really slow, really grouped up, which I like to see on Mantabrio. You know, there are a lot of key choke points that you just need to take control of, like the enemy bunker, which is exactly what they're doing as a unit. Unfortunately, one going down. But even though the Stingray comes out, it seems like Raizen has the wherewithal and the mental fortitude to make sure that they're playing their game, they're using their specials, they're not pushing up too far on the enemy side of the base. But Blanket's currently pushed way far up into the enemy side of the Raizen base, and great pick from the mini player. At 3 going down to the side of Raizen, this is looking like the bloodbath we expected. Squid Row is not happy, and they are taking out their frustration.
And they're in good position to get across the second checkpoint here, which would be huge. They take down one player. Looks like Tovar. Blanket just kind of riding in the tower to make that 2 players going down from the side of Raizen. Squid Row building themselves a huge lead right here, as the only players that can defend this tower are spawning back in. The Booyah Bomb coming out a little bit early does stall the push, but doesn't do a whole heck of a lot else other than that. But ultimately, it looks like just stalling that push will create the opportunity for the rest of their teammates to come back in and clean it up. But 2 checkpoints falling, Squid Row has to be feeling pretty good about that. However, literally every single time we saw Raizen win, they did it in overtime. So not a lead you can feel comfortable with at all.
Yeah, Squid Row has to keep their foot on the gas, just like we saw in the set against inkigo-Gos, and that's exactly what they're doing, is to go down on the side of Raizen. These bubbles and this junior maintaining their line in the sand, and I think that's the difference between these two teams. Squid Row could have backed up earlier on when that push had finally ended, when that Booyah Bomb had come out, but Blanket and the mini player stayed, and unfortunately they got some jumps in and everything like that, but it really gave Raizen an opportunity that they shouldn't have, you know, because if they had backed up, they were able to keep that push alive. But now this push is very much alive and well. Unfortunately, they're getting pincered by the members of Raizen, who are sharking in sneaky places. This mini player way far up as the teammate is getting demolished behind them. It seems like they're just not playing with incredible cohesion after that second checkpoint, but they've got it up until then.
Yeah, I wish I knew the actual name of that mini player, because they are popping off right now for Squid Row. The story so far for Squid Row's success has been Paps on the Gloogas popping off with the Inkjet. So far, Paps is starting to get a few picks here, but up to this point, Paps hasn't really been that big of a factor. It's been the N-Zap and the missiles and the play coming out from the minis flat lane for Squid Row that has been the difference for them right here. So we're seeing a full, complete effort from Squid Row, which is something they need to see, that which is a good way for them to win if they can find a way to hold on here. 1 more minute left to go. Mini player getting in position on this wall, taking down the remix and getting into a nice position to force this player to jump out. So they will approach this last checkpoint. Missiles are going to discombobulate Raizen even more. Who is this guy? My goodness. As they're threatening to get a KO here. 1 player left alive, and I don't think they have the skills or the kit necessary to stop this push. They find a way to hop onto the tower and die and do just that. And Squid Row, knowing they had to get the KO to win that game, takes their foot and keeps it on the gas pedal all the way through this time and gets the win to tie up the set 1-1.
That was exactly what I wanted to see out of Squid Row. They did not let up. They had their mini player holding forward at the enemy base, especially when that far left side was unchecked. Once they got a couple of picks, that far left side was given up completely by Raizen, and they just took that to the house. I mean, it seemed like every time that Squid Row was pushing the tower through that closed corridor, there was somebody already in position there, and they were just demolishing any stance that Raizen tried to take hold of in that area. It was fantastic.
The experience of Squid Row really showed right there. A less experienced team, a younger team, would have gone into that game aggressive, angry, trying to take out frustration over what happened in game 1. What did we see from Squid Row? Even though they read up really quickly, they knew how they wanted to play that. They played patient. They waited to the opportunity to where they could force 2v1s. They let the fights come to them, and they pushed when the advantage was in their favor. So Squid Row showing a lot of maturity right there. Not that I don't know their ages or anything, but just this a lot of experience there being shown by Squid Row to win that game the way that they did. And now we're moving on to game 3, Rainmaker at the Reef. And the Stingrays that Blanket has been pointing out are going to be coming in huge here. And it looks like Raizen with Augie is going to try to match that with the Vanilla Heavy as well.
I really like what you said there. These players were patient. You know, they were mature. Maybe not the word I'm exactly looking for, but they were steadfast. You know, they were knowledgeable. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they stuck to their game plan. They weren't impulsive, and because of that, I mean, look at how they're just demolishing Raizen on this push. It's already across the way that jumped from the box, and push it up to 26, all the way up to Slick. They go all in for that first push, and in the first 40 seconds, this is a huge lead gotten by Squid Row because of that patient gameplay where they're letting the enemy team come to them. They're waiting for the smart plays. They're waiting for the plays that they know they can make. Paps here going in, trying to sneak a bomb onto the Rainmaker. Ray coming out. Oh, Ray duel. Here we go. Can Augie take him out? And yes, and maybe getting a little bit of bonus right here. This push from Raizen, maybe amounted to something? No, there was somebody there to stop them.
So once again, Raizen put in a situation to where if they want to win the game, they're going to have to overcome a huge deficit that was placed on them in the first couple of minutes. Squid Row obviously capitalizing off the picks there and getting a huge lead. That is a huge lead for this map. Getting up that ramp and those steps are an extremely difficult thing to do. But once again, we're seeing the aggression still coming out from Squid Row. Raizen going to need to find a way to deal with that. They're going to have to deal with all the flanks and all the pushes that are coming at them. Find a way to get a few picks or two. And well, taking down a player like Paps with your missiles is definitely going to help get things started, as now 3 players going down, but the last player left alive for Squid Row is the Stingray, but the Inkjet is going to force them out. That would have been a huge pick if Kato could find a way to kill that Inkjet. or kill that Stingray, but the counter Stingray is going to keep the Ray off of the Rainmaker just long enough for them to try to establish something, but not enough players on Raizen were alive to keep that push going with the Rainmaker. However, Raizen will hold control of mid, and that might be the starting point for them to try to force a comeback.
Yeah, now let's see if Squid Row gets a little too over-aggressive here. We see Pabs trying to find a couple of picks here. Inkjet coming online with that armor, and this could spell a lot of damage for Raizen. Out of position is Kato, and here comes Sug with that armor with the end zap, trying to meet their friend on the side with that mini, and this is just a demolition of Raizen once again with just these smart plays, knowing exactly when to pop that ink armor and that inkjet to catch the out of position splatter shot. Great stuff from Squid Row, and here they go one more time, letting the aggression of Raizen come to them. And they're able to sneak the Rainmaker in a couple of positions. Now they're just kind of trying to stall it at this point. Yeah, exactly. They're just backing up. Raizen trying to find this pick, but unable to do so. And Squid Row just kind of tucked away the Rainmaker in a spot where it's going to be hard to get to.
Yeah, you know, Fluency kind of tried a cheesy strategy, and Raizen was able to capitalize off of that. I don't think Squid Row is trying to do that, and you can't really do it on this map and mode in particular, but Raizen knows how to come back on Rainmaker, and with 2 players going down for Squid Row, missiles are going to slow down and attempt to push at least for a little bit. But Kato coming up here, popping the Inkjet in mid, trying to find a pick, doesn't do just that, and instead going to result to a flank, but the Squid Row players wise enough to find that flank and shut it down before anything can happen there. So with about a minute left to go in the game here, Paps building up Inkjet, Ink Armor to work with, Stingray coming out here. Mid control is huge for Squid Row, and they're doing a really good job of holding on to that. And once again, knowing how Raizen plays, they feel like they need to get the KO to win this game, and they're going to go try to find it.
And Blank up here trying to find a great pick, and Blank is going to go all the way to the pedestal. This is a fantastic push, especially with a minute left. I mean, like you said, Raizen has been shown to be capable of doing something as ridiculous as an overtime win all the way to 100, but this is going to be really tough considering how smart Squid Row has been playing, especially with how they've been finding picks, how Raizen hasn't been just pushing the front door just like Squid Row has on this map. You know, look at Tovar, playing very, very back, waiting on those missiles, waiting for the team, but not taking up any space for themselves. Is that a flank?
That was missiles. Missiles just came in, and they couldn't really dodge all of them. But 3 players going down, and Stingray's not gonna be landing. There's a suction bomb right there. Oh, that scared me. But Nori's gonna stay alive, and players are pushing up for Raizen. So here we go. But one player flanking around Blanket. Who needs a Stingray when you can just use your main weapon? What a play there by Blanket to avoid disaster once again. And there we go. We saw the beginning of a classic Raizen overtime push starting to form. All the pieces falling into the right place. But Blanket, who only got 6 kills, got the 1 kill that was necessary for Squid Row to hold on to that one, and are now just 1 win away from advancing to grand finals to take on Fluency.
Like I said, Squid Row is playing so stoically. They're not giving up too much. As soon as Raizen tries to overextend, tries to make an opening, they say, stop that. I slap you on the wrist, you go back to where you came. And it works every time. This mini player is playing fantastically, using those missiles to great effect and those burst bombs. And the combo of Paps and Sug, how they were able to push up that ramp into, just to break into the enemy base, and Raizen was just giving it up for free, and so Paps and Sug are just gonna hit that every time with Armor Inkjet.
The issue with Raizen up to this point is in every game we've seen them play since they've been on stream, against Fluency and now against Squid Row, they have been putting themselves in deep holes literally in the first minute of just about every single game. If they can find a way to have better openings to these games, and they can start playing from in front instead of behind, like they have been this entire tournament, that will probably give them a little bit more comfort to work with. as we go through this game. Again, to stay alive here, Raizen doesn't need to win both games in this 5 minutes. They just need to win one game at a time and focus on splat zones at Piranha Pit. But they have to come up with an answer to these opening pushes that Squid Row is throwing out to them. They have to. They're not going to win this tournament coming from behind in every single win they do.
I think backing up, not overcommitting, especially in those first pushes, and just letting Squid Row take the objective for a little bit, let them build up their pushes, then use those bubbles like I know they're going to bring out on this map especially. Use that armor and use the Heavy's Booyah Bomb to just come back in. You know, give them the space that they need to overextend and then take them out. That's what I want to see from Raizen. Let's see if they go for that style of play. They're splitting up right now, and this Squeezer's putting on a good bit of pressure onto the enemy zone, but it's looking like it's not amounting to much as Piranha Pit Splat Zones is just such a hectic map.
You see the missiles coming out early and the armor coming out from Raizen, so Squid Row trying to throw something at them, and so far Raizen at least nobody's really died for either team. That is the first player to go down, and it is from the side of Raizen, but a Booyah Bomb coming down to force the trade as well. So we've been talking about how important this first minute is, and neither team seems to be blinking just yet. Squid Row getting more control of the map. But however, once again, not a whole lot of deaths coming out in this first minute. But this double right here by Raizen could be huge for them paying down the road. So here we go. Raizen with their first opportunity to get lead in a game in the opening minute. This is their best opening, and it could have come at a better time.
And they did exactly what I expected. You know, they backed up, they built the specials, they let Squid Row get just a little too over-aggressive, and they punished them for it, and they worked together as a unit. Unfortunately, the Squeezer player getting taken down right at the end there, because Squid Row just has so much painting power and control. But it seems like Squid Row is really not finding their footing right now, and a great double team from the side of Raizen as they're able to take over these zones, and Paps on the respawn. This could be the game right here because of that wipe, if they're able to really create a strong lockout and not let Squid Row paint up for their specials.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of specials being popped off from Squid Row. 2 missiles, 2 armors, 2 ink jets in the first 2 minutes, a Booyah Bomb, a lot of specials online ready to go with. They just haven't been able to find a way to capitalize off of them in the way that they have in the past so far in this set. It looks like they might have enough firepower to cap the zone back into their favor, but then a Booyah Bomb comes out from Raizen to stall things down a little bit more. We see Augie trying to flank around here, doesn't get a pick, so the zone will go into the favor of Squid Row. But, you know, it's so hard to score points on this map because the double zone feature here.
Right.
But Squid Row already done with all their penalty points, so they're going to very slowly chew away at this lead that Raizen has built up for them. But again, the story here is that Raizen has a lead at all at this point in the game.
And it is impressive because it's not something we expect to see from Raizen at this point because Squid Row has just been so dominant. And here comes the dominance of Squid Row once again. Nori trying to avoid this inkjet, unable to do so, gets taken out, and that's a lot of players down the side of Raizen. But it's looking like they're finding some trades and they're finding some specials, and they're not giving in quite yet. This lead could go to the side of Squid Row if they're not careful, but it's looking like they're trying to mount a little bit of paint. Unfortunately, just as the lead gets taken over, they're able to neutralize the zone. And here comes the Booyah Bomb to get them back into the map. Algae going down, unfortunately, Inkjet armor coming out. Tovar trying to find some quick picks, unable to do so. It seems like these specials just aren't doing what they need to do for Squid Row. For Raizen, excuse me. Paps gets taken down. Tovar is trying to find the paint, find the help for the bubbles, and they're able to take control of the enemy zone just for a little bit because Squid Row is right back at it again. Blanket going down from a flank, and these Flatlings have been battling each other and unable to win has been Blanket. And this missile's coming out, and it's looking like it's going to be destruction on the side of Squid Row. This is could be the end of the road for Raizen if they aren't careful. Those mini players going crazy, getting and able to take down one. Unfortunately, unable to seal the deal for the rest of the players.
We've talked about the importance, how hard it is to keep pushes going on this map. It's even more difficult to stop pushes because the zone just constantly gets stalled. Right now, as long as the zone is stalled, Squid Row is happy with it because it's just bleeding the clock right now. Only 45 seconds left to go. They only have a 3-point lead, not a ton of penalty points. But with how this map works, that is something that Squid Row is willing to live with if it comes down to just that. So as soon as they cap the zone, it immediately gets stalled, basically because somebody sneezes on it. They can't chew through any of the penalty points as long as Squid Row players are still alive to just keep inking the zone just enough. And look at that, it's barely any paint on that zone at all. There's nothing Raizen can do. They need to find a way to get some picks here. If this goes into overtime with the way the zone is right now, the game will end. They will not be granted overtime. They need to cap right now. Tovar trying to chase players away, and they do cap it at least a little bit longer. And we are officially in overtime. If you're Squid Row, you want this map to turn completely green, or at least stay the way that it is right now. Oh, and one player going down for Raizen, and that's going to be it. Squid Row sends Raizen out of the tournament, and they just stall the zone just long enough. It is a low-scoring game, but Squid Row is going to be very happy with that as they move on for a rematch against Fluency. And Raizen, you hate to say it, but for the third tournament in a row, they will be leaving with the bronze medal.
There was a moment right at the end, because the bubbles, the inkjet, and the ink armor came online all at the same time. It looked like Raizen had everything they needed to take that zone and just completely wipe out Squid Row. But I think it was Sug who chucked a bomb, who was sharking in their zone, and chucked a bomb at the bubbles and took down that squeezer player. And from there, they were able to just finally step forward, not afraid of the bubbles. Raizen had exhausted their specials, and because of the painting power of the combination of the junior, the mini, and the heavy, like, there's nothing you could do. You can't paint over that, and they were just able to stall it out from there. Fantastic play from Squid Row, knowing exactly what their win condition was.
When we saw Squid Row lose to inkigos on that Rainmaker Black Belly game, I thought it was over. When I saw them lose in Game 1 on Clan Blitz Humpback the way they did, I thought this set was over. Squid Row has shown that they have the experience and wherewithal to survive anything. 6 straight wins, and they officially win the losers bracket and are now going to be in a rematch against the team that put them there, Fluency. That's right, a rematch of the number 1 versus number 16 seed in grand finals is going to be coming to you right after this break. You are watching a very exciting Low Ink here on IPL. put this game away in overtime. They don't have any clams, but for some reason they refuse to die. They finally go down there, but there's not going to be a lot of overtime seconds left on the clock here. They're going to have to go right now, and it looks like they are going to do just that. There might be a flank coming from Sook to stop this. They don't. So the basket does get popped, and a few players are down. Each kill here that Squidrow makes is huge, and here comes already past 50, already down to 40, but not a lot of players left alive. But 3 players go down, and that is going to keep this basket going a little bit longer. They do have a power claim, but they probably want to get that power claim, and they're going to win this game. The basket takes over, they have to get the game. Are you kidding me? And welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink December 2020. Hey, I like stickers. Yes, I do. I like stickers. How about you? If you would like to enter for a chance to win some very fancy IPL stickers, just type in exclamation mark giveaway into chat to enter for your chance to win some stickers to help spread the hype for the beginning of this Grand Finals. Magic, in the past 6 low inks since we switched to the 2-day double elimination bracket system, the team coming from the losers bracket has won this 4 out of the past 6 times. Squid Row looking to make that 5 out of the past 7.
I think that they can do it. I think that they have a large mountain to climb in terms of Fluency, who they were taken down by in the first round of winners, but they are back for revenge. They seem to have gotten their stride, and I am expecting to see a lot of great plays, but look at how Fluency is matching up right now in this Rainmaker Inkblot Art Academy game, which is going to be a very, very important match because of how turbulent it can be, because of how this is tower control, because of how oppressive this map mode can be if you get locked out. It's going to be a huge power of team coordination, a huge test of team coordination as we start this first checkpoint breakthrough.
The question always is the team that's been waiting for about an hour from the winner's bracket, do they show any rust? And so far, Fluency coming out strong, clearing the first checkpoint. No rust being shown from their part so far as they try to clear the second checkpoint, which would be critical for them, and they do just that, threatening to go up to the third as we see Kelp right in the tower. Once again, on that very good on that remix. However, goes down there. Too nice. Last player left alive. Just hops on tower. Try to squeeze out a few more points. That will technically be a wipe, but since the tower will take so long to get back into mid, it's a wipe that Fluency is willing to take just for a few more points as Squid Row is put on their heels early. Something they didn't really have to face a lot when they played Raizen in the set leading up to this.
Exactly. Fluency is showing a side of which Squid Row has not had to face since losers round semifinals, losers round 5, and because they have to mount this comeback, it's going to be a lot of pressure to stick with each other to make sure they're not dying, because if they do, then that's gonna they work really well with man advantages, and if one of these players goes down, then it's going to be hard for them to use their team coordination, their ability to play together to get these picks that they need to get the map control that they need to, as they're able to break through this first checkpoint thanks to a great inkjet and now this ink armor coming out from the NZAP. One player going down, and Authentic trying to make a move here, unable to do so, has to drop off, trying to find a way back onto the platform. They're breaking through the second checkpoint, which is huge. This could be a lead if they're able to keep it up, but no, that's a delayed wipe on the side of Squid Row, barely not capitalizing on that checkpoint break.
The Squid Row's fine with not getting a lead right there. Taking out those 2 checkpoints means the next time they try to get a push going in the next half of this game, it's going to be an easier time for them to try to reclaim lead. But again, when we think about why Too Nice hopped onto the tower there knowing they were going to die in the Fluency's push earlier, it's because they knew Squid Row could have the capability to come back on them. So those 2 extra points they grabbed here could pay off huge dividends later on in this game as we see Squid Row trying to get set up for yet another push here. Authentic, or at least one player down for the side of Fluency as we see the tower starting to move up into mid. Too Nice sharking on that foot, I believe is the call out for that area there. Trying to take out some players that are in mid. They're falling back for Squid Row and make that 3 players that do go down. So Fluency here will be able to get control of mid as they try to get a push going themselves. The mini player somehow gets sharked and taken out there. You know, it's that's something we've seen them do to great success in the last set. And so far, honestly, even though they don't have the lead, their play's been working out somewhat, considering they cleared 2 checkpoints. But Blanket being the last player left alive, the Stingray not going to slow down this tower as they do get taken out. This final checkpoint should fall into the favor of Fluency as they look to get a KO here.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. I mean, it was just precise gameplay coming out from Fluency. They're playing like a really strong mid-level team at this point. You saw during that last push that Squidrow tried to make, they were leading up to it, and Fluency was just in position up on that bats area and up on the foot, and then they had a couple players surrounding Plat. Like, there was nowhere for that tower to go without falling into the line of sight of one of those players. And then on that offense, they were right up to the area where it would really be a good defense for Squidrow to take. And they just destroyed them, getting 3 of them down because they pushed that so well. It was just cutthroat gameplay.
Yes, we've seen a lot of times in these low inks where the team coming in from the losers bracket comes in hot with a lot of momentum. The team that's from the winners, they have to sit there for a while, they get frozen. Fluency showed no signs of rust right there, and that could be huge for them going into this set. They know the history. They pay attention. They know this team from the winner side gets bracket reset pretty much every single tournament. But they're playing it really smart right here and doing a good job of dealing with Squidrow. But once again, Squidrow, we've always seen them lose game 1. Doesn't seem to phase them over the course of the rest of the set.
I think that's the main thing. It doesn't seem to phase them. They've had the time to recuperate, to chillax for a little bit, and now they're coming into the set strong. Whereas Squidrow, Fluency knocked them out in round 1. They've had to play 7 sets already this tournament just today, and they're probably feeling the pressure from it. They're probably feeling pretty fatigued and worn down, and so I'd expect them to be struggling to put together cohesive pushes, which is exactly what we're seeing. And as one goes down, and we're seeing this junior paint up for a little bit of armor, 2 go down on the side of Squidrow, and they're already backing up into this Clams Anchovy game, which is very pick dependent. If these strong anchor-like players like that we see from the mini getting a good pick here are taken out, then it's going to spell the end of the line for Squidrow.
Yeah, the mini player doing a good job there of shutting down the push through the window, but getting that kill there alerted everybody else on Fluency that of where that mini's location was. As we see Paps here taking down 3 players. This last player jumping back in, didn't realize they were falling into a trap and will die. That is a wipe, giving control of mid. And as we see Paps starting to push up here, Squidrow in position to try to make something happen. Fluency players starting to ready back up, though. They're respawning, they take down Paps, they're getting into position to get a defense going. So a nice push there by Squidrow, but ultimately will just give them control of mid, which is a trade Fluency is happy to live with, for at least for now.
It seems like a lot of people in the chat are in love with Hagman, and for good reason, pumping out these armors and getting a lot of clean picks. They're really doing a good job of supporting the team, but unable to support them right now as Squidrow is pushing into the enemy base. Unfortunately, the heavy player goes down, and they're not going to be able to pick up that power claim and finish this push unless... No, it doesn't look like it. And Fluency is going to be able to put a clean end to this push. Wait.
Yes, it looks like some points do come on, and there is an opportunity for them to get even more. However, they can't find a way to slip past Too Nice there, who gets a trade. Authentic going down as well, so this might allow an opportunity for Squidrow to stick around and to stay in the enemy base. Even though they don't get any points off of that initial push, they're not done as far as an elongated push is concerned. The remix player does go down on Blanket. Paps trying to stay alive on the plat ultimately is going to be forced to jump out. But Sucker's Authentic into a 2v1 situation, so this might allow Squidrow to go right back up. One more player jumping out, so here we go. Squidrow backing off just when they needed to, and then going immediately right back in. Those bubbles going to slow down this push for a little bit longer, but in Fluency, this is a scary situation. A lot of tools are in the favor of Squidrow right here to do some serious damage, Magic.
And it seems like Fluency is just unable to make a really strong hold here. The Fluency is going down a good bit, but finally, with the help of those specials, with the help of those specials and some good bomb placement, they're able to shut down what could have been a very disastrous push. They had 30 plus clams. That could have been a push to 20 or less. So Fluency barely standing their ground in the face of Squid Row, and now they're trying to mount a push, but now backing up into mid, trying to gain some ground, trying to make sure they're not going down too much, because we've seen what Squid Row can do if they're left unchecked. Kelp finding themselves in a sticky situation.
You know, the scoreboard doesn't really do justice to sense of like who is actually winning this game. It seems like Squid Row is in control. They just can't find a way to slip past the one bomb or the one special. And here we go, Fluency now trying to do some damage of their own. Too nice in position. I don't know if somebody jumped to them in time. They did not, and two players actually going down. Make that a delayed wipe, basically. I don't know where Authentic is on the Octo shot, but man, a defensive heavy Clamblitz game coming out here from both teams, as we see one player, Squid Row, pushing off, overextending, and not really getting anything out of it. A Booyah Bomb coming in, trying to get create an opportunity for a push to happen, and they finally crack the basket for the second time behind all of these specials and have an opportunity to do even more damage. Question mark? Yes, maybe just a little bit more, but the way this game has been going, that could be a huge lead they could win with.
I didn't even realize that the timer was already counting down. This pity clam could, and maybe just 7 more clams is all they need to get the lead. But it seems like Fluency really isn't understanding their pushes. It seems like they try and get somebody near the basket to jump, but it ends up not working out because they end up jumping to like the person who's in Booyah, and because Squid Row has such a nice defense on this office area, they're really not able to do the push that they want to. The power clam goes down. Fluency again, it seems like going down, and the power clam is unable to stay alive, and Higman jumps back to the spawn area as overtime ends.
Yeah, that jump back, Jay Slew just saying, waving the white flag, like, we tried to score on you guys for 5 minutes and 15 seconds and couldn't crack anything. We'll give you guys this win. We'll see you in game 3. What you know, the pushes there didn't really work out into the favor of Squid Row, but they had so many opportunities to do more damage than they did. But when you play defense as well as they did, they understood that map. One of the reasons why this in between the end of losers and the beginning of winners, it looked like Squid Row went through and just kind of walked through a few situations and talked about how they want to handle different maps in certain kind of situations there. They obviously figured out how to play defense on Anchovy Games, and that ties this setup at 1-1. Now we're heading over to Splat Zones at Wahoo World. And again, we've always seen Squid Row lose game 1 and find a way to bounce back and keep the rest of the set going into their favor. But considering their previous set with Fluency Magic, that is the first time they've beaten them all day.
And it shows that they really wanted to understand which maps they were going into. They wanted to understand exactly where they needed to hold, and it seems like they did it quite well. Fluency really struggled on Clamblitz there. I don't remember seeing Fluency struggle that much on a map mode, and maybe it was a one-off thing. Maybe it was Fluency who just couldn't quite understand what they needed to do for that map mode. But something like Wahoo Zones is pretty cut and dry. You're gonna pay for it, and I expected to see Fluency do very well here with the kind of painting composition that they have. Unfortunately, it seems like this mini player is just going absolutely ham, taking control of the enemy plat, forcing jump backs and getting a pick onto Too Nice, and they're already chewing through a lot of the timer in front of them, and they've got specials to do it.
We haven't seen Squid Row lose on Splat Zones yet since they've been on stream. They've been coming out strong with these early pushes that have been working out in their favor, and they're continuing to work out in their favor right now as we see Authentic trying to slip into the zone, use their bomb rush, and it looks like they do find a way to cap the zone back into their favor, at least for a little bit. But this is a strong opening minute there by Squid Row. And a nice response. Once again, after losing game 1 the way they did, they've been bouncing back and playing really well ever since then.
Yeah, it seems... oh, right here. Hello? It seems like they're doing a great job in terms of keeping Fluency at bay. You know, they're not letting them push up too far. It seems like they're not letting them take too much control, especially with these specials, with in terms of map control. You know, with the mini, with the junior, they're able to keep the paint on the ground. And as you see, they're contesting the zone. They, nice bomb pick onto 2Nice as armor comes out for Fluency. Pick going down over on the right side. We see Paps get another kill with the Inkjet. That's a great pick, and they're able to stop the zone just before Fluency gets the lead, and that's huge for Squid Row here as they go into these last little into this Popgun save me.
They're doing a good job of holding on to their lead here, and with about, as we're getting close to the halfway mark here, a lot of specials coming out from Fluency as they attempt to hold on to this, attempt to take a stab at taking control of the lead themselves. It looks like Squid Row has 3 players going down here. I just, Authentic trying to find a way to push up a little bit themselves. So yeah, I guess the story here so far, as the game is starting to even out a little bit here, and the opening push from Squid Row is gone, and it looks like Fluency is going to find a way to get the lead here as their pillage points are gone, is who's going to have enough specials and kills that they need to necessary to get the lead back here. And you know, just as I say, it seemed like Fluency was about to get lead, Squid Row makes a play seemingly out of nowhere once again to cap the zone back into their favor.
It seemed like it was out of nowhere. They popped the missiles at just the perfect time. Paps getting a couple of great picks here with that Gluga Dualies, and this penalty timer is gone now. And that one very Hail Mary kind of a play with those missiles, with that armor to try and just save the zone is turning into what could be the end of the game right here. Timer taking down. They've got specials going out on both sides. But it looks like that Booyah is great to stop the presence on the enemy plat. They're not going to be able to follow up on this Booyah bomb. There's a little bit of paint coming out of the ground. There's paint coming out from the junior. Unable to cap the zone, though. And it goes into Squid Row for Game 3 of Grand Finals in Low Ink December 2020.
So there we go. They just needed time to warm up, and Squid Row is following the same script that we see month after month after month coming in from the losers bracket. And these two teams played earlier today, I guess about 4.5 hours ago now.
Yeah.
and Fluency beat them 3-0. We didn't see that set. It could have been a total curb stomp. It could have been really close. Who knows? But this is the first time Squid Row has cracked the armor, and when you want to put a bracket reset on a team, it's all about planting the seed of doubt. And when you win 2 games now and you got momentum in your Fluency and you're just starting to think, especially a team like Fluency that's been close to this stage before and hasn't pulled off that final win, you can start sinking into your mind of like, oh no, this is happening again. What are we doing? What's going wrong here? So far, the experience of Squid Row is starting to match the skill and the mechanical skill that Fluency is known for.
We've seen Fluency do an incredible feat of mental fortitude, and it seems like they're going to have to just do it again. Pick themselves up off the ground, recuperate, make sure that they're playing together as a team, which we know that they can do. We've seen them do it against Raizen, and obviously they did it against Squid Row, so it's possible. You know, the Fluency is not out of the set, but it seems like Squid Row just has a stranglehold on everything that Fluency is trying to do now. As we get into this game 4, Rainmaker on Starfish main stage is such a hectic map mode, and it's similar to Black Belly Rainmaker in the terms of any lead isn't safe. And teams can get a lot of points very quickly, especially when you have an aggressive mini that's taking out everyone in its path to going down on the side of Fluency and on the side of Squid Row. Mini is left alone and dancing around was Authentic, trying to pick off this mini player. Unfortunately, they're able to back up and keep a lot of purple paint on the ground, and their special, which is going to be really useful in stopping this next upcoming push, and that does just that. Unfortunately, going down finally to Authentic, who's able to come up onto the platform and take out 3, maybe 4 members of Squid Row, and Kelp is going to just run this by, all the way going up to 17, and this is looking like it's going to be a great defensive game on the side of Fluency if they can maintain this lead.
We haven't, it's very rare, I should say, that we see Squid Row put into this kind of situation early on. And that is a huge lead given to Fluency right there. I should take that back. The last time we saw Squid Row play Ink-Go-Go's, they gave up a huge lead on Rainmaker very early. So this just might be the opening that they have for Rainmaker might not be to their liking up to this point as the Stingray comes out from Squid Row, shuts down yet another push. That Fluency is trying to pull off here. Authentic going to retreat, and that is going to give control of mid and the Rainmaker to Squid Row here in the first 2 minutes of the game. But yeah, the times we've seen Squid Row play Rainmaker, other than that one they played against Raizen, they've had a lot of difficulty getting multiple pushes off, just 1 or 2 pushes. The difference is, can that one push they get, which is coming right here, will it be enough to give them lead? But the bombs, too many bombs for the Rainmaker to escape. Blanket being the last player left alive, so a good attempt at getting the lead, but the crowd favorite here, shutting down the push with those platforms.
It really seems like a lot of people are cheering for Fluency. Wait a minute, are they doing this again? Are they going for another cheese strip?
They're doing it. It worked so well for them last time. I don't think it works out as well here as the Art Academy, but it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You still got half a game to go. I get the idea, but
decide to commit to going.
Well, he has to. They stayed in the Rainmaker freeze zone for so long. He was going to explode if he didn't go there. So they basically just give the Rainmaker back to Squid Row right there. I get the strategy, but I don't know if it's going to work out for them. It might come back to haunt them if they do that again.
Yeah, he really did try to waste time, except he didn't really waste any time. Fluency is still in relative control of this match, getting a nice trade from Kelp on the Blanket there. And now it seems like they're just holding forward at this point. They're really putting on so much aggression with those bomb pressure. They're really trying to run this Rainmaker down into the straight area of the enemy. Finally going down. Fluency just seems discombobulated at this point. It's hard to say.
Yes, but they do have the lead, so they can afford to make some mistakes, but they can't. Obviously, on a map like this and a team like Squid Row that is so disciplined, and 2 players going down now for Fluency, and as well as the control of mid, so Squid Row will get another push going off here. The question is, can they get lead off of this, or are they going to have to drag it out? One player for Fluency, Authentic, kind of trying to do a flank there, does get taken down by the junior. Or by the NZAP, I should say, as they start to find a way to chip away at this lead. They don't have to do it all in one push. They can die and pop the Rainmaker and keep it going, but these bombs that Fluency got bailed out by last time coming back in here now, and then Kelp Stingray, looks like Blanket, the fellow Stingray user, knows how to avoid it, but not long enough to avoid the flank from Authentic. Only 1 player left alive and only 20 seconds left to go here. This might be it for Squid Row. Last chance. It
might be. It seems like they're really afraid to commit to pushes. That's what I've seen right there. And when they need to just, especially in the last minute of the game, they need to just put the Rainmaker in a position where they can grab it and go when they get the picks that they need. And it seems like they're really kind of turtling up here. It seems like they're so afraid to commit to anything when they don't have the picks. And since they don't really have the armor available for them, it's going to be hard to find ways to get those picks with just raw skill alone. Unfortunately, we don't see what happens, but the Rainmaker does go down, and Fluency decides to strike back and even up this set.
It seems like Squid Row is the smarter, more experienced team, but Fluency is the more mechanically skilled team. So we're seeing like brains versus bronze here. You don't want to be critical of a team that wins, but it seems like Fluency's just kind of overthinking how they're playing some of these Rainmaker games. It worked for them right there, and obviously stopped the bleeding, took the momentum away from Squid Row there, which is good. But I wonder how that's going to play out over the course of this whole set, especially as we get deeper and the motions get a little bit more hijacking of your mind and how you make decisions. It seems like the discipline of Squid Row has kept them into this game so far, but obviously you can't overstate enough. Just the individual talent of these Fluency players is so good. And now if you're Squid Row, losing that fourth game, going to tower control, you know how this last tower control game met. This is not the mode Squid Row wants to see right here.
Indeed. Especially when tower control is so long and drawn out and takes you take so many fights. It's going to go in Fluency's favor because of just how mechanically skilled they are, and especially when like you said, the emotions are hijacking their play. It's going to turn into, I want to take this fight. Not really thinking it through like we see with Squid Row, and because of that, Fluency are going to be taking more fights, and when they take more fights, they're going to win more fights because they have what seems to be a lot better mechanical skill. And unless Squid Row can really make sure that they enforce these 2v1s, Fluency is just going to run a train over them because they're backing off of this momentum, because they're backing off the hype of the set, and because they really, really, really want this win.
And momentum is so huge when you get deep into this tournament. So winning that game that Fluency did just there, the way that they did, getting that huge lead early and then just kind of doing enough defensive plays. But we're seeing, once again, Hap gets a nice win there down at the Fight Club, but everybody else on Squid Row goes down. So it's a 1v3 situation. Haps goes down, and Fluency is going to approach this first checkpoint seemingly unchecked. And clearing this early would pay huge dividends down the road. You see the mini player trying, they just gotta wait out that Rhea bomb. They don't have the range to attack the tower from there. The checkpoint will fall.
Authentic,
and,
all the way.
It looks like Authentic,
yeah,
like around up there.
He was going in crazy. You see the spot where Higman was? He jumped over that and jumped into the window and just tore apart that mini player. And now we finally see a Stingray come out on the side of Squid Row to stop this tower, but it's not going to be enough because Kelp is going so deep and flanking this mini as well. And they're unable to keep Kelp in check. This heavy player is going so aggressive, is probably going to win this game. No! Down to 1 point. Can Two Nice just hop on the tower? Authentic maybe? Here they go. This could be it. Fluency just runs an absolute train as this aggressive, heavy remix tears apart Squid Row's defenses.
You know you're in trouble when you see the enemy's anchor player in your spawn taking out your Stingray. My goodness, Kelp. What the aggression of Fluency there. Again, the mechanical skill was put on full display right there. We're going to go into your face, and there's nothing you can do about it. But it was the opening. 3 players going down for Squid Row right at the very beginning just opened up the floodgates, and there was nothing Squid Row could do to stop the bleeding at that point. And now, here you go, Fluency fans. You are now 1 win away from sealing this tournament and being the last champions of the year 2020. But Squid Row, and here's a nightmare situation. It doesn't get any better for Squid Row. Clam Blitz at Humpback Pump Track. This is, if you remember the Raizen set, this is the one where Raizen scored 100 points to win in overtime with about a 5 minute and 30-second game. So, and they're readying up quickly. They're not even going to take time to think about it. They're going to get this one going. Fluency facing a tournament match game right here on Clam Blitz Humpback.
This is it. This could be where Squid Row gets knocked out, going home with a 2nd place medal, and this could be where Fluency finally takes home the coveted low ink alpha bracket win in December. This is game 6 of low ink finals. As we see nothing strange coming up from the compositions, and No crazy openings yet, but we see Fluency mounting a push together. We see Too Nice over on the side trying to find a pick, unable to find Paps, and nothing quite yet. Fluency is way backed up. Too Nice getting a nice pick here, finding another one. This is 2 down. Unfortunately, Squid Row is getting fought on the other side, finding a pick for themselves. This mini player finally taking down Too Nice, and no clams mounting yet. Not a lot of specials coming out with great effect.
Yeah, this is where we've been talking a lot about Squid Row's experience and their discipline to deal with pressure. It's going to be on full display right now, and they have an opportunity now. 2 players down for Fluency. You see the inkjet going off. That inkjet has been huge for Squid Row this entire tournament, but it looks like they can't capitalize off of that double that they got. Fluency doing a good job of not getting wiped, of staying alive when they need to, and are now starting to push up as they have control of mid. 2 players going down for the side of Squid Row. Clams being gathered by Fluency as we see Authentic trying to sneak in here to get a push going just to pop the basket. Will they be able to do it? A lot of pressure coming down there. They do score, but it costs them their lives. Only 1 clam to follow up with, so this might be a dead push for Fluency. But they at least don't sacrifice too many members to do it. However, despite that, Squid Row will be able to take control of mid.
It seems like Squid Row has learned from their mistakes last time, and they haven't overcommitted. They've learned how to keep a strong defense and not fall prey to those specials like they did at the end of the Raizen set. And now we see Paps here on that inkjet using the specials themselves to try and create a lot of pressure. 2 going down on both sides. Kelp standing strong under this basket. And there's, again, not a lot of clams on the side of Squid Row. They really aren't gathering that many. They aren't using their map control to gather these clams that they need, and Fluency is going to take that to the house as they're going to just take over map control, use these specials, go way into the zone, try and find picks, and 2 go down on the side of Squid Row.
Yes, Fluency, Fluency, they know how the last Clam Blitz game against these guys went. So them scoring at all is probably just a victory at this point. But they played good enough defense against Squid Row last game as well on Anchovy Games to win. They just couldn't find ways to get into the basket. It's going to be a lot easier to score right here. Not so much when a splat bomb takes out your 2 players going down. So once again, another 2v4 situation. Can Squid Row find a way to capitalize off of it this time? We do see 1 player down there, Shook, trying to get, does make a power clam and does actually connect. So it looks like they will get lead here. The problem is, are they going to get enough points here to where they can feel somewhat comfortable with? They do get to 62, only 1 player left block. Can the mini player find a way to pick a power clam? Cannot, so the push will be stopped here. So now, if you're Squid Row, and you know that you could be losing this whole tournament in 1 minute and 40 seconds, can you mentally hold on to this lead? Because you don't know if you're going to get another opportunity to get a push off or not.
This next push is going to be critical as we're getting 90 seconds left in this match. A jump comes in, that power clam is probably going to land, and it does. 3 going down, unfortunately, on the side of Fluency, and if they find this pick onto Authentic, and as well as get these clams, unable to do so. As long as they get these clams, they get control of mid, they set up for this last push, they've got the specials ready. Paps, unfortunately, going down, getting found out by Kelp, and this could be... This is very tense, because this next push could determine whether or not there's going to be an overtime, right? If they don't plan this out correctly, I mean, they're just going to go down anyways, as Fluency is not letting up off of the forward on the left stick. And unfortunately, 2 going down, but they do chip away even more at the lead that they had. 40 seconds left for this match, and this could be Fluency's road to first place.
Yes, they have the lead here, and the question is, are they going to keep being aggressive, or are they just going to try to turtle up? That's the question they're going to have to answer themselves, as we see Kelp just trying to stay alive on top of the plat here. The inkjet coming out. Inkjets have been huge the whole tournament. It gets a nice pick right there, and they do have a lot of clams. Squid Row can find a way. The Booyah Bomb's going to get people away from the tower, or the Clamblitz goal, and 1 power clam comes in. 2, the clam is tied. The game is given into the favor of Squid Row, but now they have to stay on. Just 1 more player left alive, and he throws a clam in overtime to get the game over with. Squid Row surviving yet again and put Fluency not on the brink of being eliminated, but on the brink of being put in a bracket reset. What a comeback by Squid Row. They exercised the demons on that map and mode and force a decisive Game 7. What a tournament we've seen so far.
This is beyond insane. I have no... that inkjet from Paps, that was the game right there. As soon as Kelp goes down, they have nobody standing at the top of that basket to take care of whatever push is coming at them, especially with the movement of Shug, and they had the clams at the ready this time at the very least, and because of the great use of their specials at that time to get that critical pick, they were able to convert that, and great ups to Squid Row for quite literally not giving up until the very end.
And hey, we don't know how fast these teams are going to ready up. They've been getting these games going very quickly. If you want to still participate and stick around, make sure you type !giveaway in chat to be eligible to walk out of this stream with some IPL stickers so that you can have the perfect stocking stuffer for that special someone for this upcoming holiday season. But with that plug out of the way, we're just waiting on one more player for Fluency. You know, we talk about the emotional pressure here. Fluency does not want to lose this game, obviously. No. But, you know, if you go into a bracket reset, losing 2 games, knowing that you had 2 opportunities.
Oh, and he's gone. Knowing that you have 2 opportunities, Popgun. Popgun, are you there? No, I still don't think he's with us. F in the chat for Popgun. But this is Game 7. Fluency trying to make sure that they seal away first place. Because if they go into this bracket reset knowing that they were up 4-2, up 3-2, 1 win away 2 times, it's going to destroy their mentality that they had. It's going to really help them, force them to slow down and rethink everything that they thought they knew about Low Ink Finals Game 7 on Skipper Zones. Here we see a couple of picks coming out early. I believe Paps died up at the top, and Blank, with this ink armor, trying to put some paint on the ground, unable to do so. Authentic cleaning up these kills, and Fluency is trying their hardest to make sure that Squid Row can't even play this game. Specials online for Fluency, and we do see those Glugos have inkjets at the ready, so they could potentially get this zone back if they're playing together. These missiles coming out, this inkjet coming out, but there's already 40 ticks down, and the Booyah doesn't even cap the zone. Ink Armor's up one more time for Squid Row, but there's still no paint on the ground. This Bomb Rush keeping them away. Kelp with a great pick, and there's 2 down, but Sug barely caps the zone to give Squid Row another chance at staying alive in this set. 2 nice falling back with this Booyah at the ready, and Fluency has done such a great job at keeping these specials for just when they need them, just when Squid Row is coming back into the zone. Panoramic views, just seeing the futility, the lack of paint, and Sug unfortunately getting picked off by Authentic there. A very important pick as Paps trying to make something happen, running into this 2v1, running into this ink armor, pops the inkjet just to try and save face as there's not enough time left. Taking down Hangman could be an important pick. Tries to roll away. There's an ink armor up. 2 go down for Fluency, and this zone is looking like it's going green, and it does. Blank is able to cap the zone just barely one more time, and there's 3 minutes left in this game, but can Squid Row hang on to it? We haven't seen them hang on to this zone just yet. This is bonkers how crazy this game has been so far. Popgun, are you here? I still don't hear Popgun, unfortunately. And this Booyah Bomb coming out from Blank, unable to cap the zone. They have to use it for a little bit more offensive pressure, and 2 going down to the side of Squid Row. Hagman coming around, painting the zone, providing that necessary bomb pressure and a little bit of room to breathe as Fluency tries to set up for the last defense. 30 ticks left on this timer before they win. There's 2 coming in from the top. Paps pops that inkjet once again. Kelp going down, the zone's turning green. Hagman sitting at the bottom of the zone, has to jump back. That's essentially a wipe on the side of Squid Row. This Booyah Bomb is up, and there's 2 down, unfortunately. Jumps coming in finally, and it looks like Fluency is back putting on pressure. They're able to get a quick pick onto Paps, unfortunately, and there are some specials at the ready. Armor coming out for Fluency. Can they make a final stand? Blank has to back up here. Can't keep onto the zone much longer, and Suig has to jump back. There's a minute left.
We've way to cover for that kind of technical issue there. I've been watching the game in between fixing some things. Fluency has had so many opportunities to put this one away, and they have a great opportunity to do it right here. They got a good lockout situation going on. Missiles coming in, and Inkjet once again trying to make something happen, but I don't think it's going to be enough magic, and it's not. It is over in Fluency. Fluency, out of 107 teams across a bloody 2 days, a team that was the number 16 seed, a team that just barely even qualified for Alpha Bracket, stands alone.
Fluency has had such a rough couple of sets where they barely went the distance and were able to clutch it out. And I really think that's the difference here, that clutch factor, that mechanical skill, that overwhelming willpower of just, I'm going to win this game. And they do.
And they had to. They couldn't. I don't see a path to how they could come back after a bracket reset. Just the mental toughness you need. They realized they had to win that game, and they came out from start to finish and was just the more dominant team. The mechanical skill, like you said, just obviously too much for Squid Row to overcome. Probably worn down after how long and draining this tournament was, but hats off to Squid Row. Obviously, this is their best finish. They didn't do it for Eddie, but Fluency, I guarantee you, they are ecstatic in their VC right now. It's finally over. No more runner-up, no more bridesmaid. They are the bride, and they have officially been married here in Low Ink.
You have to give it up to Squid Row, though. They fought back and gave Fluency the set of their life. Going down to losers bracket so early, clawing their way back and saying, hey, we are just as good as this team standing in front of us. We deserve some credit too, and they most certainly do. That was an impressive showing by both teams, showing just what's capable in these Low Ink tournaments.
And that ends the final Low Ink for the year. It looks like we got a... It looks like we're gonna do... Are we doing the winner of the sticker round thing? Oh, I call out when to pick it? I don't understand how that exactly works. I'm talking behind the scenes, I know I do. Magic, how do we decide who the winner of this is? of the sticker round.
Stay tuned for credits.
Yeah, let's go. Time to roll. It's time to roll and figure out who the winner of the sticker round is. Drum roll, please.
We know what we're doing, we promise.
And the winner is Simply Sam 29. I believe that is a player on the West Broadway Grillers. Congratulations. You have won some IPL stickers as a part of our sticker round promotion. And I believe that will do it for this tournament here, Magic. Where can people find you?
So on Twitter, I believe my handle is up on the screen. Feel free to follow me. I don't do much except retweet basically everything that comes across my timeline. Popgun, where can the good people find you?
Hey, after I get a new computer, because this one obviously sucks, you can find me on Twitch at Popgun25. I am going to be recapping everything you saw today, and then some on a podcast I call the Popcast. tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Twitch at Popgun25. And with that, I believe we are finally finished with this low ink. What an amazing group of sets we saw on stream today from everyone behind the scenes here at IPL. Kraken Mayor and Hoenn Hero for running this organization, JP being the main host of this tournament, JPG, JPEG, I should say. Our producer, Inkfarer, and Magic, and myself, we wish you guys a good night, a good afternoon, and a happy holidays, as Christmas is, surprise, surprise, just 5 days away. I can't believe it. Thank you for tuning in and watching this with us. You have been watching Low Ink here on IPL.
Free my life.